My husband faked our daughter's kidnapping to drain my business account and start over with his mistress. Receiving a panicked call from your husband saying your 8-year-old daughter has been kidnapped activates a primal terror that overrides every rational thought. I'm Jennifer, 42, and 3 months ago my husband Michael, 44, called me at work sobbing and barely coherent, saying he'd picked up our daughter Emma from school, but when he'd stopped for gas, someone had taken her from the car. He said he'd only gone inside to pay for 30 seconds, and when he came back, Emma was gone, and there was a note on the windshield with a phone number. I left my office immediately and raced to the gas station where Michael was talking to police. He showed me the note, simple block letters saying, "We have your daughter. Wait for instructions. No police or she dies." The officers were trying to calm Michael down while also asking detailed questions about exactly what happened. I was in complete shock, unable to process that my baby girl had been taken, that someone had stolen her in broad daylight from her own father's car. Within an hour, we received a call from the supposed kidnappers. The voice was disguised with some kind of electronic modulation, impossible to identify. They said Emma was safe, but would only remain that way if we followed instructions exactly. They demanded $500,000 in cash to be delivered within 48 hours. They said any police involvement would result in Emma's death, and they'd know if we contacted authorities because they had someone watching us. Michael was adamant we pay immediately and not involve police further. He said Emma's life was worth infinitely more than money, and we needed to give the kidnappers what they wanted. I was torn between mother's instinct to do anything to get my daughter back and rational understanding that kidnapping ransoms often don't result in safe returns. But Michael's panic was convincing, and my own terror for Emma overrode my judgment. The problem was, we didn't have $500,000 in liquid cash immediately available. Our personal accounts held maybe $80,000 combined. But I owned a successful marketing consulting business with substantial operating capital, approximately $650,000 in the business account that I used for payroll, expenses, and operations. Michael knew about this account because we'd discussed business finances, though he'd never had access to it. Michael insisted we had no choice but to use the business account. He said we'd rebuild the business later, but nothing mattered except getting Emma back safely. He was frantic and emotional in a way I'd never seen, and his panic amplified my own. Against my better judgment, and against the advice of my business attorney who I'd quietly consulted, I authorized a withdrawal of $500,000 from my business operating account. The kidnappers provided complex instructions for the drop. Michael was to drive to a specific location alone, leave the money in a duffel bag at a designated spot, then drive away and wait for a call telling us where to find Emma. They emphasized that any police surveillance would result in Emma's death. Michael followed the instructions exactly, drove to the location with the cash, made the drop, and returned home to wait. We waited in agony for 6 hours with no word. Michael kept saying they'd call soon, that they were probably just being cautious. I was losing my mind imagining what Emma was going through, whether she was scared or hurt. Finally, late that evening, we received a call from an unknown number. But instead of the kidnapper's disguised voice, it was Emma's small, frightened voice saying, "Mommy?" I was sobbing with relief, asking where she was, if she was okay. Emma said she was at a McDonald's, and she was scared and wanted to come home. She gave the phone to a manager who explained that Emma had been found wandering in their parking lot alone, that she seemed unharmed, but was disoriented and frightened. The manager had called the police, and they were with Emma, now waiting for us to come get her. Michael and I raced to the McDonald's where police and Child Protective Services were already present. Emma ran to me crying, and I held her, checking frantically for any signs of injury or harm. She seemed physically unharmed, but was clearly traumatized. When police tried to interview her about what happened, her story was confused and didn't make sense. She said a man had taken her from Daddy's car, but then she'd been in a room watching movies, and then someone had driven her to the McDonald's and told her to go inside. The police were immediately suspicious. Emma's kidnapping story had inconsistencies, and the fact that she'd been released unharmed at a public location after ransom payment suggested something unusual. They asked Michael to walk them through his timeline again, and I noticed his story had slight variations from what he'd originally told me. Small details changed: which gas station, exactly how long he'd been inside, where the car had been parked. While being questioned, Michael received a call from an unknown number. Police asked to listen, and when Michael put it on speaker, we heard the electronically modified voice saying, "The girl is safe. Consider this matter closed. We'll be in touch if we need more money." Then, the line went dead. Police immediately began tracing the call, and what they found started unraveling everything. The call had come from a burner phone that pinged off a cell tower near our home, not some remote location where kidnappers might be hiding. Police obtained security footage from the gas station where Michael claimed Emma had been taken, and the footage showed something disturbing. Michael had parked deliberately in a blind spot away from cameras, had walked Emma to a different car that was waiting, helped her into it, then returned to his car alone before going inside to pay and discovering her missing. Police confronted Michael with the footage, and his story began falling apart. They'd already been suspicious because Emma's account didn't match typical kidnapping trauma patterns. She'd seemed more confused than terrified, had mentioned watching movies and eating snacks, and hadn't described any threats or violence. Combined with the security footage showing Michael transferring Emma to another vehicle, it became clear this wasn't a real kidnapping. Michael eventually confessed when police told him they were going to charge him with filing false reports and fraud. He admitted he'd staged the entire kidnapping with help from his brother David and David's girlfriend. They'd kept Emma at David's apartment, told her it was a special surprise for Mommy, let her watch movies and eat treats, then released her at the McDonald's after Michael confirmed he'd gotten the $500,000 from my business account. But the reason for the fake kidnapping was even more devastating than the crime itself. Michael had been having an affair for over a year with a woman named Stephanie, 29, who worked at his gym. They'd been planning to run away together and start a new life in another state. Michael had wanted to take substantial money with him, but had no legal access to my business accounts. So he'd orchestrated a fake kidnapping to manipulate me into voluntarily withdrawing $500,000, which he'd planned to keep and use to fund his new life with Stephanie. The $500,000 was already mostly gone. Michael had given Stephanie $300,000 to purchase a house in Arizona where they'd planned to move. He'd spent another $50,000 on various preparations, new identities, travel arrangements, setting up bank accounts under assumed names. He'd kept $150,000 in cash hidden in David's apartment. The police recovered that cash and froze the Arizona house purchase, but the damage was done. My business operating capital had been stolen through an elaborate fraud that involved faking my daughter's kidnapping. Michael, David, and David's girlfriend were all arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit fraud, kidnapping. Even fake kidnapping is prosecuted seriously, child endangerment for involving Emma, extortion, and theft. Stephanie was charged as an accomplice for receiving stolen money and participating in planning the scheme. The district attorney called it one of the most elaborate and cruel fraud schemes he'd prosecuted, using a man's own daughter as a prop in a fake kidnapping to steal from his wife. The impact on Emma has been severe and heartbreaking. She'd been told by her father and uncle that the special surprise was a fun game for Mommy, but she'd still been scared and confused. Now she knows her daddy used her to steal money from Mommy, that the kidnapping that terrified me was fake, and that her father is going to prison. She's in intensive therapy dealing with trust issues and confusion about what her father did. I'm dealing with my own trauma on multiple levels. The terror of believing Emma had been kidnapped was real and profound. Those hours thinking my daughter might be killed were genuine agony. Learning the kidnapping was fake doesn't erase that trauma. It just adds layers of betrayal and violation. Michael weaponized my love for our daughter, deliberately traumatized me with fake kidnapping panic, all to steal money for his affair and escape plan. My business is in crisis. I withdrew $500,000 in operating capital on 48 hours' notice, creating immediate cash flow problems. I couldn't make payroll, couldn't pay vendors, couldn't cover basic operational expenses. I've had to take emergency loans at terrible rates, have lost clients due to service disruptions, and am fighting to keep the business I built over 15 years from collapsing because my husband drained its accounts through fraud. The criminal trial resulted in serious sentences for everyone involved. Michael received 12 years for orchestrating the fake kidnapping and fraud. His brother David got 8 years for actively participating in housing Emma during the kidnapping. David's girlfriend received 5 years for her role. Stephanie got 3 years for receiving stolen money and participating in the planning. All were ordered to pay restitution, though none have assets to actually pay with, since Michael spent the money, or it's been recovered and returned. The divorce was finalized quickly, given Michael's criminal conviction. He lost all custody rights to Emma due to using her in the fake kidnapping. I was awarded everything in the divorce settlement, though there wasn't much to award since Michael had spent our savings planning his escape with Stephanie. The house has a mortgage, our cars are financed, and whatever assets existed have been consumed by legal fees and trying to save my business. Michael's parents are devastated and deeply ashamed of their son. They've been supportive of Emma and me, helping financially where they can and maintaining their grandparent relationship with Emma. They've completely cut off contact with both Michael and David, saying they can't reconcile with sons who do something so cruel. Michael's mother visits Emma regularly but refuses to visit Michael in prison. Some people, particularly Michael's former friends, have suggested I was too harsh in pursuing maximum prosecution that resulted in 12 years in prison for Michael. They say, yes, he made terrible choices, but that destroying his life with over a decade in prison seems excessive when the money was mostly recovered and Emma was never in real danger. They say I could have shown some mercy, given we were married for 15 years and share a daughter. But my therapist, and most people who know the full story, say Michael deserves every year he received. He deliberately terrorized me by faking our daughter's kidnapping, used Emma as a prop in his fraud, stole $500,000 from my business, nearly destroying it, and did all of this to fund running away with his mistress. The premeditation and cruelty involved multiple co-conspirators and detailed planning over weeks, if not months. My business attorney says the business may not survive despite recovering most of the stolen money. The operational disruption, the emergency loans at predatory rates, the client losses, and the reputational damage from the scandal have created a perfect storm. The business I built over 15 years, that Michael nearly destroyed in 48 hours through his fake kidnapping scheme, may end up closing anyway. 15 years of my work potentially ruined because my husband wanted to run away with a woman half his age. I'm 43 now, a single mother to a traumatized 8-year-old, trying to save a business that's hemorrhaging money and credibility, processing the betrayal of a husband who faked our daughter's kidnapping to steal from me. Michael is in prison for 12 years and will emerge in his mid-50s with a felony record, no relationship with his daughter, and permanent infamy as the man who staged his child's kidnapping to steal money for his mistress. Emma asks sometimes why Daddy did what he did, why he scared her and scared Mommy, why he had to go to prison. I don't have good answers. How do you explain to an 8-year-old that her father loved another woman more than his family, that he was willing to traumatize everyone to steal money for a new life without us? Some betrayals are too large and complicated for children to understand, so I just tell her, Daddy made very bad choices and is facing the consequences. People say I should work toward forgiveness eventually, that holding anger will only hurt me and Emma in the long run. But I'm not holding anger. I'm holding accurate understanding of what Michael did. He staged our daughter's kidnapping, let me believe for hours she might be killed, stole $500,000 from my business, all to run away with his mistress. That's not something that deserves forgiveness. That's something that deserves 12 years in prison and permanent estrangement. Was I justified in pursuing maximum prosecution that resulted in Michael receiving 12 years in prison for staging our daughter's kidnapping to steal my business funds? Or should I have shown mercy, given we share a daughter and were married for 15 years? My ex-husband and teenage daughter have been faking her college acceptance for money. Being divorced for 8 years now, I thought my ex-husband Greg, 53, and I had finally figured out how to co-parent our daughter Hannah, 19, effectively. We weren't friends, but we were civil. I'm 50 and work as an accountant making around $75K. Greg's a sales manager making probably close to $95K. When we divorced, we agreed to split major expenses for Hannah 50-50, including college. Hannah was always a decent student, B's mostly, occasional A's in subjects she liked. Smart kid, but not particularly driven academically. Her senior year, she applied to about 8 schools. When acceptance letters started coming in March, she was thrilled to get into State University, a solid school about 2 hours away. Greg and I both went to the acceptance day with her. It was one of the few times since the divorce we actually felt like a family again. Hannah decided on State and we started planning. Tuition and room and board came out to about $28K per year. My half would be $14K. Greg's half would be $14K. Manageable for both of us, though tight on my end. I'd been saving since the divorce specifically for this. In late July, about 3 weeks before move-in day, Hannah called me crying. Said she'd made a terrible mistake choosing State and had been having panic attacks about going there. She said she'd applied late to Whitmore College, a small private liberal arts school, and just got accepted. Said it was her dream school and she'd be miserable anywhere else. Whitmore costs $64K per year. My half would be $32K annually. I told her that was more than double what we'd planned for, and I couldn't afford it. She got hysterical, said I was ruining her life over money. Greg called me an hour later saying we needed to make this work for Hannah's mental health. That she was genuinely struggling and this wasn't just cold feet. He said he'd already committed to paying his half, and I needed to figure out my part. I took out a personal loan to cover the difference for the first year. It killed me financially, but she's my only child, and I didn't want her starting college in a bad mental state. Hannah moved into Whitmore in August, started posting photos of her dorm, her new friends, campus life. She seemed happy, which made the financial stress almost worth it. For the past year, I've been living extremely tight. Picked up freelance accounting work on weekends, stopped eating out entirely, canceled subscriptions. Every spare dollar went toward that loan payment and saving for her second-year tuition. Hannah would call occasionally, asking for money for textbooks or supplies or social events. I sent what I could, even though it hurt. 2 weeks ago, I went to visit her unannounced. Wanted to surprise her for her birthday. Drove the 4 hours to Whitmore on a Saturday morning. Called her when I was about 20 minutes away. She sounded panicked, said it wasn't a good time, that she had a huge exam to study for. I told her I'd just take her to lunch real quick. I was already almost there. When I got to campus, I couldn't find her dorm building. The address she'd given me didn't exist. I called her again. She didn't answer. I went to the admissions office and asked for help finding student housing. They looked up Hannah's name. She wasn't enrolled at Whitmore. Had never been enrolled at Whitmore. I sat in the admissions office parking lot for probably an hour trying to process what I'd just learned. Called Hannah 6 times. No answer. Finally called Greg. Asked him point blank if Hannah was actually attending Whitmore. Long silence. Then he said we needed to talk in person. I told him to talk right now, or I was calling the police to report fraud. Turns out, Hannah never went to Whitmore at all. She'd been living in an apartment near State University, attending classes there just like we'd originally planned. Greg knew the entire time. The whole story about Whitmore being her dream school was fabricated. They'd created fake acceptance letters, fake housing information, fake everything. I asked him why. He said Hannah wanted the money. Between my $32K and his supposed $32K for Whitmore versus the actual $14K each for state, they were pocketing about $36K per year. Greg said Hannah approached him with the idea that she'd found some templates online for college documents and they'd work together to make it convincing. He said initially he'd told her no, but she wore him down. Said she deserved the money more than the schools did. I asked what happened to my money. Greg said Hannah had been using it for living expenses, going out with friends, buying clothes, spring break trips. Said she'd saved about $15K of it total. The rest was spent. He admitted he hadn't actually been paying his half at all, that he'd been pocketing the money I thought we were both contributing. I hung up and drove straight to the address I had for Hannah's apartment near State. Banged on the door until she answered. She looked terrified. I pushed past her into the apartment. It was nice, really nice, definitely nicer than any college student apartment I'd ever seen. Expensive furniture, huge TV, designer clothes visible in her bedroom. Hannah started crying immediately, saying it wasn't her idea, that Greg had pressured her into it. I called her a liar, told her I knew she'd approached him. She changed tactics then, said I was being dramatic and it was just money. Said most parents would be happy to help their kids have a comfortable college experience. I told her most kids don't commit fraud against their own mother. She said if I made a big deal about this, I'd destroy her relationship with her father and ruin her life. I asked her if she'd considered that when she was spending my loan money on spring break in Miami. She didn't have an answer for that. I left and went home. Spent the weekend going through every bank statement, every tuition payment receipt, every request for money Hannah had made over the past year. I'd sent her about $38K total. For a school she never attended. For expenses she didn't have. While I was working every weekend and eating ramen to afford it. Monday morning I called Greg's cell. He didn't answer. Called his work. His assistant said he was unavailable. I told her to tell him that I'd filed a police report for fraud and he had until end of business day to call me back, or I was proceeding with pressing charges. He called within 10 minutes. Said I was overreacting and we could work this out. That if I pursued this legally, I'd be hurting Hannah more than him. I told him Hannah was an adult who committed fraud, and she'd deal with adult consequences. He said no prosecutor would actually pursue this, that it was a family matter. I said we'd find out. Hannah called that night begging me not to do this. Said she'd pay me back every cent if I just dropped it. I asked her where she'd get $38K from. She said she'd get a job, take out loans, figure it out. I told her she should have thought about that before stealing from me. She called me vindictive, said I was supposed to love her unconditionally. I told her unconditional love doesn't mean unconditional tolerance for being treated like an ATM. The detective assigned to my case said this happens more than people think. Adult children defrauding parents for college money. Usually it's hard to prosecute because parents don't want to follow through, but the evidence I had was solid. Fake documents, clear intent to defraud, substantial amount of money involved. He said both Hannah and Greg could face charges. Greg hired an attorney who reached out to me offering a settlement. Full repayment of the $38K plus the interest on my personal loan in exchange for me dropping the complaint. I told them I wanted repayment within 90 days and a signed confession of what they did. The attorney said the confession wasn't reasonable. I said then we'd see them in court. My parents have been calling non-stop. Somehow word got out to the extended family. My mother said I was destroying Hannah's future over a mistake. I asked her if she'd give me $38K to compensate for the mistake then. She said that wasn't the point. I told her the point was that her granddaughter stole from me for a year straight, and she was asking me to just accept it. Hannah posted on social media about toxic parents who use money to control their children. Didn't name me directly, but it was obvious. Several family members commented with supportive messages for her. My cousin posted that parents should support their children's education without strings attached. I wanted to comment back, asking if she'd like to fund a fraudulent college scheme, but I held back. State University contacted me last week. Apparently, Hannah had been telling people there that I'd cut her off financially, and she was struggling to afford basic necessities. She'd applied for emergency hardship funds from the school. They wanted to verify her situation before approving the request. I told them the truth. The administrator sounded shocked, said they'd be looking into it further. Greg's attorney came back with a new offer. $30,000 paid over 2 years, no confession required, and I drop everything. I said no. My attorney advised me that going to trial was risky and expensive, and I might not get a better outcome than $30,000 guaranteed. I told her I wasn't doing this for the money anymore. I was doing it so there were consequences. The preliminary hearing is in 3 weeks. Hannah will have to testify. Greg will have to testify. Everything will be on record. My attorney warned me that if we win, Hannah could end up with a fraud conviction on her record that would impact her future employment. Greg could face jail time, though probably unlikely for a first offense. My sister asked me if I'd thought about what this would do to holidays, to family gatherings, to my relationship with my only child going forward. Of course I've thought about it. I think about it constantly. But I also think about working every Saturday for a year while my daughter and ex-husband laughed about how easy I was to manipulate. Hannah sent me a long email yesterday, said she was sorry, that she'd been selfish and stupid, that she understood why I was angry. Then she said that if I loved her at all, I'd give her a chance to make this right without destroying her entire life. Said she was 19 and everyone makes mistakes at 19 and shouldn't get a second chance. I keep reading that email, the part where she says everyone makes mistakes. Stealing $38,000 from your mother isn't a mistake. It's a choice. A choice she made every single day for a year. Every time I sent money, and she deposited it, knowing I thought she was at Whitmore. Every time she asked for more. Every time Greg and I talked about how proud we were that she was doing well at her dream school. My therapist asked me what I want out of this. If I want the money back, want them to suffer, want an apology, want acknowledgement of the harm they caused. I told her I want them to understand that actions have consequences. That you can't just steal from people and expect everything to be fine if you say sorry when you get caught. But late at night, I wonder if I'm taking this too far. If I'm letting anger drive me to hurt my own daughter in ways that can't be undone. If years from now, I'll regret choosing principle over relationship. Then I remember her apartment, the designer clothes, the spring break photos, all purchased with money I borrowed and will be paying back for years. Money I earned working weekends instead of resting, because I thought I was helping my daughter achieve her dreams. The hearing is in 3 weeks. I haven't decided yet if I'll actually go through with it. Discovered my husband has been sabotaging my career for years to keep me dependent. Turning 48 next month, and I finally understand why my career never took off, despite my qualifications. My husband, Paul, 51, and I have been married for 22 years. We have one son, Michael, who's 20 and away at college. I work as a marketing coordinator making $52,000, while Paul's an executive director making around $180,000. The income gap always bothered me, but I figured I just wasn't ambitious enough or maybe picked the wrong field. I have a master's degree in communications and started my career strong. Before Michael was born, I was a marketing manager at a decent firm, making close to what Paul made. After maternity leave, I went back part-time, then eventually full-time but at a different company for a lower position. I told myself it was about work-life balance and being present for Michael. Over the years, I applied for probably 30 promotions or better positions. Never got a single one. Paul was always supportive on the surface. He'd help me prep for interviews, review my applications, give me advice on how to present myself. I thought he was being a good husband. 3 weeks ago, I found out what he was actually doing. I was cleaning out our home office because we're planning to renovate. Found an old external hard drive in Paul's desk drawer. Plugged it in, thinking it was family photos or something. Instead, I found folders with my name on them. Inside were copies of emails Paul had sent over the past 15 years. The first one I opened was from 2015. I'd applied for a senior marketing manager position at a tech company, made it to the final round. The hiring manager had emailed Paul, who I didn't even know he knew, asking for a reference since we'd listed mutual connections on LinkedIn. Paul wrote back saying I was talented, but had significant work-life balance issues and often prioritized family over deadlines. Say I was difficult to work with when stressed and had turned down multiple projects in the past due to personal commitments. None of that was true. I went through folder after folder, different years, different applications, same pattern. Paul had been systematically contacting my potential employers and sabotaging my chances. Sometimes he positioned it as a concerned reference. Other times, he'd pose as a former colleague. He'd created fake email addresses, fake LinkedIn profiles. The level of effort he'd put into destroying my career was staggering. One email from 2018 stood out. A recruiter had reached out to me about a director position at a major firm. Great salary, great benefits, exactly what I'd been working toward. I never heard back after the initial conversation. Paul's email to them said I'd recently disclosed mental health struggles and was considering taking extended medical leave, that I was applying to positions beyond my capability as part of a manic episode. I sat on the office floor reading these emails for hours. Every rejection I'd blamed on myself, every time I thought I wasn't good enough, every interview that went nowhere despite going well. Paul had been behind all of it. When he came home that evening, I was still sitting there with the hard drive next to me. Paul saw the hard drive and his face went completely white. He started to say something, but I held up my hand, told him I'd read everything and he should just tell me why. He sat down across from me and was quiet for a long time. Then he said he'd done it because he couldn't handle the idea of me being more successful than him. That when we first met, we were equals, but he'd worked hard to move up and couldn't stomach the thought of his wife out-earning him or having a better title. Said it would have emasculated him in front of his colleagues and family. I asked him why he didn't just tell me how he felt. He said because he knew I'd think it was pathetic, which it was. So instead, he spent 15 years making sure I stayed in positions beneath him. He said it wasn't personal, he just needed to maintain the dynamic for his own sense of self-worth. I asked about the mental health lie, if he realized how damaging that could have been to my reputation. He admitted that one was too far, but he'd panicked, because that director position would have put me above his level. Said he'd do things differently if he could do it over, but he couldn't change the past. The past. 15 years of my career. Thousands of hours of self-doubt, wondering what was wrong with me, why I couldn't advance despite my education and experience. All because my husband needed to feel superior. I asked him if he ever felt guilty. He said sometimes, but mostly he felt relieved because it meant our marriage stayed stable. That if I'd gotten too successful, I might have left him or stopped needing him. I pointed out that he'd created a self-fulfilling prophecy, because now I definitely wanted to leave him. He started crying then, saying he'd made mistakes, but he loved me, and we could work through this. That everyone has flaws, and his was just insecurity. I told him, sabotaging your spouse's entire career for 15 years wasn't a flaw. It was calculated abuse. Paul asked me not to make any rash decisions, to think about our life together and our son. I told him I'd been thinking about nothing but our life together since I found those emails. About every time he'd comforted me after a rejection he'd caused. Every time he'd told me I was overqualified and they were intimidated by me. Every performance review where I'd gotten excellent feedback but somehow never got promoted. And he'd suggested, maybe I was missing something I wasn't seeing. He'd been gaslighting me for 15 years, and I'd believed every word. I told Paul to pack a bag and stay somewhere else while I figured out what to do. He said he wasn't leaving his house. I reminded him I could show these emails to anyone and destroy his reputation just like he'd destroyed my career. He said that sounded like blackmail. I said it sounded like consequences. He left an hour later. I haven't seen him since, though he's been texting constantly, apologizing but also defending himself, saying he was protecting our family's stability, that my career ambitions would have created stress and imbalance in our home, that Michael benefited from having a mother who wasn't constantly traveling or working late. I called Michael 2 days later and told him everything. He said he wasn't surprised, that Dad had always been weird about Mom having opinions or success, said there were little things throughout his childhood that made sense now. Times when Paul would undermine me in front of Michael, subtle digs about my job or my salary. Michael said he'd always thought Dad was just kind of a jerk, but this was worse than he'd realized. I've spent the last 3 weeks reconstructing my career and figuring out what was real versus what Paul destroyed. Reached out to former colleagues, old managers, people who might remember me. The feedback was consistently positive. Several people said they'd wondered what happened to me, that I'd had so much potential and then just disappeared into mediocre positions. One former boss told me she'd tried to recruit me back in 2016 for a VP role, but got an email from someone claiming to be my therapist, saying I was dealing with substance abuse issues and undergoing treatment. She'd been horrified and didn't want to put me in a stressful situation during recovery, so she never followed up. I never had substance abuse issues, never had a therapist. Paul had created another fake identity and another lie to keep me down. I showed everything to a lawyer. She said I potentially had grounds for a civil suit for intentional interference with prospective economic advantage and possibly fraud. Said the documentation was exceptionally clear and Paul's actions were systematic and deliberate. She estimated I'd lost somewhere between $800K to $1.2 million in career earnings over 15 years, not counting retirement contributions and future advancement opportunities. The lawyer also said divorce would be straightforward, given the circumstances. That Paul's financial abuse and systematic sabotage would likely factor into asset division. She asked if I wanted to pursue both the civil case and divorce simultaneously. I told her I needed time to think. Paul's been staying with his brother. He wants to meet and talk. His texts have evolved from apologetic to angry. Now he's saying I'm blowing this out of proportion, that all he did was send a few emails and I'm acting like he committed a crime. That plenty of spouses have insecurities and most people would handle this privately without involving lawyers. His brother called me yesterday saying Paul's been depressed and not eating, that I need to consider whether destroying his life is really worth it over some old emails. I asked him if he'd feel differently if someone had sabotaged his career for 15 years. He said that was different because I was still employed and fine. I told him I was $800K, not fine, and hung up. Michael came home last weekend. He's been angry on my behalf, saying he wants nothing to do with his father right now. Paul found out and texted me saying I was turning our son against him, that I was being vindictive and using Michael as a weapon. I sent him screenshots of his own emails and asked which one of us was actually vindictive. I've been going through my finances trying to understand my situation. If I divorce Paul, I'll get half the marital assets, probably around $400K based on home equity, retirement accounts, and savings. But I'll also be starting over career-wise at 48 with a resume full of stagnant positions that Paul helped ensure stayed stagnant. The civil suit could potentially recover some of my lost earnings, but lawsuits are expensive and uncertain. Some days, I want to pursue everything. Divorce, civil suit, tell everyone we know what he did. Other days, I'm just tired and want to move on with whatever's left of my career and my life without spending years in legal battles. A recruiter contacted me 3 days ago about a senior director position at a marketing firm. Good salary, strong benefits, exactly the kind of role I should have had years ago. I scheduled the interview before I could overthink it. Then I panicked, wondering if Paul had somehow sabotaged this too. If there were other emails I didn't find, if my professional reputation was damaged beyond repair. The recruiter called back yesterday saying they'd done a preliminary reference check and everyone spoke highly of me. Asked why I'd been in coordinator-level roles for so long, given my experience and education. I didn't know how to answer without explaining that my husband had been systematically destroying my career for 15 years. Michael asked me what I'm going to do. If I'm going to divorce Dad, sue him, both, neither. I told him I don't know yet. He said he'd support whatever I decided, but that Dad doesn't deserve forgiveness for this. That what he did was calculated and cruel and went on for way too long to be explained away as insecurity. He's right. But Paul is still my husband of 22 years, still the father of my child, still someone I built a life with, even if that life was built on him actively sabotaging me. My therapist says I don't have to decide everything at once, that I can take time to process what happened and figure out what I need. But every day that goes by feels like I'm letting Paul off easy, like my inaction is acceptance. The interview is next week. If I get the position, it'll be the first career advancement I've had in over a decade. The first opportunity Paul didn't manage to destroy. Part of me is terrified I'll fail on my own merit and prove Paul right, that I wasn't actually good enough all along. But a bigger part of me is angry enough to want to succeed just to prove what I could have accomplished if my own husband hadn't spent 15 years making sure I couldn't. Is it wrong that I want Paul to watch me finally succeed and know that he's the only thing that was ever holding me back? Found out my sister has been poisoning my relationship with my kids for years. I'm a 52-year-old father of 2 daughters, Emma, 28, and Sophie, 25. Their mother, my ex-wife Claire, passed away from cancer 6 years ago. It was the hardest thing we ever went through as a family. My sister Linda, 49, was there for us constantly during that time. She helped with meals, stayed with the girls when I had to work, organized the funeral. I thought she was being the perfect aunt. About 3 weeks ago, Sophie came to visit me unannounced on a Tuesday afternoon. She looked like she'd been crying. She sat down at my kitchen table and asked me point blank why I told Aunt Linda that Mom was a burden during her illness. I had no idea what she was talking about. Sophie said Linda told her years ago that I complained about taking care of Claire, that I resented having to drive her to treatments, that I said I couldn't wait for it to be over. I never said anything like that. Not once. Taking care of Claire was hard, yes, but I loved her until her last breath. I told Sophie this, and she started crying harder. Then she told me Linda had been saying things like this for years, that I didn't really love them as much as I loved my career, that I was secretly relieved when they moved out, that I only called them out of obligation. Emma came over that evening after Sophie called her. We sat in my living room, and they started listing things Linda had told them over the years. How I apparently said Emma's wedding was too expensive and a waste of money. How I told Linda that Sophie's career choice as a teacher was disappointing. How I complained about having to see them for holidays. None of it was true. Not a single word. I asked them why they never confronted me about any of this. Emma said Linda always framed it as her confiding in them, protecting them from my real feelings. She said it was easier to believe Aunt Linda because she was always around, always available, while I was working long hours trying to keep us afloat after Claire died. That's when it clicked. Linda has been positioning herself as their real parent for 6 years. Every time I had to work late or miss a call because I was in a meeting, she was there to comfort them and remind them that I wasn't. Every time I seemed tired or stressed, she was there to suggest it was because I found them burdensome. The girls asked what they should do. I told them I needed time to think. After they left, I started going through old messages and emails. Linda has been careful. Nothing in writing. It's all been verbal, private conversations that she knew they'd never verify with me because she'd already planted the seed that I didn't really care. I called Linda yesterday and asked her to meet me for coffee this weekend. She said she'd love to, and that it's been too long since we've spent quality time together. Her voice was so warm and caring, like she actually believes she's been doing the right thing. I've been awake most nights since then, trying to figure out why she'd do this. The coffee meeting was Saturday morning. Linda showed up 15 minutes early and already had my usual order waiting. She hugged me and commented on how tired I looked, asked if I was taking care of myself. The concern in her voice sounded genuine. I didn't ease into it. I told her that Sophie and Emma had talked to me about some things she'd been saying over the years. Her face didn't change at all. She asked what things, her tone curious and innocent. I listed a few of the bigger ones, the comments about Claire being a burden, about me resenting the girls. Linda reached across the table and put her hand on mine. She said the girls must have misunderstood her, that she would never say things like that. Then she suggested that maybe they were processing their grief in unhealthy ways and creating false memories. She said it so smoothly, so convincingly, that for a second I almost doubted what my own daughters told me. I pulled my hand back and told her I knew she was lying. That's when her expression finally changed. Not to guilt or shame, to something cold. She asked me if I really wanted to do this, to destroy our relationship over some miscommunication. I said there was no miscommunication. She stood up then and told me I was making a huge mistake, that the girls needed her because I'd always been an absent father, too focused on work to notice my own family falling apart. She said Claire told her before she died that she worried about leaving the girls alone with me. That was the line that made me see red. I told her to stay away from my daughters. She laughed and said they were adults who could choose who they wanted in their lives. Then she left. Emma and Sophie came over Sunday for dinner. I told them about the meeting and Linda's reaction. Sophie wasn't surprised. Emma looked devastated. She said she'd invited Linda to her wedding over me walking her down the aisle because Linda said I'd probably be too busy with work anyway. I did walk her down the aisle, but I never knew I was second choice. We started piecing together a timeline. It began right after Claire's funeral. Small comments at first, questions about whether I was really okay, suggestions that I seemed distant. Then it escalated. Linda started hosting holiday dinners at her house instead of mine. She told the girls it was to take pressure off me. They believed they were being considerate. I asked them how often they actually talk to Linda. Emma said almost daily. Sophie said Linda calls her every morning on her way to work. They both admitted they talk to her more than they talk to me. Tuesday morning I got a call from my brother Paul. Linda had told him I was having some kind of breakdown and accusing her of terrible things. She said she was worried about my mental health and thought the family should consider an intervention. Paul was calling to feel out the situation. I explained everything. Paul was quiet for a long time. Then he said Linda had told him similar things over the years, that I was struggling, that I wasn't coping well with being a single father, that the girls were suffering but too loyal to say anything. He admitted he'd been sending Linda money occasionally to help with things she said the girls needed because I wasn't providing adequately. I've never not provided for my daughters. It's been a month since the coffee shop. Linda has been on a campaign. She's reached out to every family member, every mutual friend, painting me as unstable and manipulative. Some people believe her. My cousin Jennifer won't return my calls. My Uncle Richard sent me a text saying I should be ashamed of how I'm treating Linda after everything she's done for my family. But some people are starting to see through it. My brother Paul has been asking around and found out Linda pulled similar things with our other sister Karen years ago. Apparently she told Karen's kids that their mother didn't really want them and only had children because it was expected. Karen's relationship with her kids was strained for years before they worked it out. Karen never knew Linda was involved until Paul called her last week. Emma and Sophie have blocked Linda's number. It's been harder on Sophie. She keeps saying she feels like she lost her mother twice. Linda sent them both long emails about how hurt she is, how she only ever tried to help, how I've turned them against her. The emails are masterpieces of manipulation. Reading them made me understand how she got away with this for so long. My daughters and I have been meeting with a family therapist. We're working through 6 years of manufactured distance. Some sessions are brutal. Emma cried through an entire hour talking about how she chose Linda for mother-daughter moments because she thought I didn't care. Sophie admitted she almost didn't tell me when she got engaged because Linda suggested I'd find it inconvenient. I've been angry. Angrier than I've ever been in my life. Linda took my relationship with my daughters during the hardest period of our lives and poisoned it slowly. She made them feel unloved while positioning herself as their savior. And she did it all while playing the devoted sister and aunt. Last week, Linda showed up at my house. She stood on my porch and said we needed to talk like adults. I told her through the door that she needed to leave. She started crying, saying she never meant to hurt anyone, that maybe she had made some mistakes, but it came from a place of love. When I didn't respond, her tears stopped instantly. She said I'd regret this, that the girls would eventually see who I really was. My lawyer sent her a cease and desist yesterday. No contact with me or my daughters. Linda called Paul screaming about how I'm threatening her with legal action over nothing. The girls are coming over this Sunday. We're going to go through old photo albums from when Claire was alive. Emma suggested it. She said she wants to remember what our family was actually like before Linda rewrote the history. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand why Linda did this. Maybe she was jealous. Maybe she wanted to be needed. Maybe there's something broken in her that requires her to create chaos and then position herself as the solution. What I do know is that I almost lost my daughters to someone I trusted completely. Some days I wonder what would have happened if Sophie hadn't come to me that Tuesday afternoon. How much longer would Linda have continued? Would my daughters have eventually stopped calling altogether while Linda convinced them it was their choice? I'm trying to focus on rebuilding instead of on what was taken, but late at night, I still get angry, thinking about all the moments Linda stole from us, all the times my daughters felt unloved because of her lies. Is it wrong that part of me hopes she understands exactly what she's lost now that we've cut her out? Found out my wife and best friend staged an affair to take my business in the divorce. Hitting 52 next week, and everything I thought I knew about my life was a lie. My wife Natalie, 50, and I were together for 19 years. We own a software company together that I started before we met. When we got married, I made her a full partner because I believed in us building something together. The company's worth about $4.5 million now. My best friend since college, Marcus, 51, has been our CFO for the past 12 years. 6 months ago, Natalie asked for a divorce. Said she'd fallen out of love with me and needed to find herself. It hurt, but I understood. Marriages end sometimes. We agreed to try to keep things amicable for the sake of the business. We started mediation, and it was going okay until her attorney started pushing for majority ownership of the company. Said Natalie had been instrumental in its growth and deserved more than 50%. I pushed back. The company was mine before the marriage, and while she'd contributed, I'd been the primary driver of its success. We went back and forth for months. Then Natalie's attorney dropped a bomb. They had evidence of an affair. Photos of me with another woman at a hotel 3 years ago. Emails discussing the relationship. Text messages that were clearly inappropriate. The woman in the photos was Marcus's younger sister, Jenna. I'd known her for years. The photos showed us going into a hotel room together. The emails and texts had been sent from my business account. Everything pointed to a sustained affair that I'd kept hidden. Under our prenup, infidelity meant the wronged spouse got a larger share of assets. Natalie's attorney was now pushing for 70% of the company. The problem was, I never had an affair with Jenna. I'd never been to that hotel with her. Those emails and texts weren't written by me. I told my attorney all of this, and he looked at me like I was a desperate man lying to save his assets. He said the evidence was compelling and we should consider settling because fighting would be expensive and we'd probably lose. I hired a private investigator because something felt wrong. The PI started digging into the photos and the timeline. 2 weeks ago, he found security footage from my office building from the dates on some of the emails. I was in the building during times the emails were allegedly sent from a remote location. The metadata on the photos showed they'd been digitally altered. Jenna's face had been superimposed onto someone else's body in several shots. Yesterday, the PI gave me the rest of his findings. Marcus and Natalie have been having an actual affair for at least 2 years. They'd fabricated the evidence of my affair to manipulate the divorce settlement. The plan was for Natalie to get majority ownership. Then she and Marcus would push me out of the company I'd built. They'd already been meeting with investors about my removal. I'm sitting on this information, trying to decide what to do with it. My attorney says we can expose the fraud and probably get everything thrown out, but it means destroying both of them publicly. I met with my attorney and the PI 3 days ago to go through all the evidence. They'd found motel receipts with Marcus and Natalie's real names from the past 18 months. Social media photos where they'd both posted from the same locations at the same times, but claiming to be elsewhere. Text messages between them discussing the fabricated evidence and how to make it look convincing. The PI had also tracked down the real woman in the photos with me. She was a paid model who'd been hired through a third party to pose at that hotel. She'd been told it was for a birthday surprise video and had no idea her images would be used in a divorce case. She was willing to testify to that. But the most damning evidence was an email thread between Marcus and Natalie, laying out the entire plan. They'd discussed drugging me at a company event to get me to that hotel so they could stage photos, but decided it was too risky. Instead, they'd hired the model and used photo manipulation. The emails talked about how I'd trusted Marcus too much to ever suspect him, how my loyalty made me an easy target. My attorney said I had multiple options: file criminal charges for fraud and conspiracy, sue them both for damages, expose everything in the divorce proceedings and watch their reputations implode, or use the evidence as leverage to get what I wanted and stay quiet about their affair. I chose the last option. Had my attorney contact Natalie's attorney with a selection of the evidence and new terms. Natalie would get nothing from the business. She'd leave with whatever personal assets were solely hers. I'd keep the company 100%. In exchange, I wouldn't press criminal charges or publicly reveal their scheme. Natalie's attorney called back within 2 hours wanting to negotiate. I told them there was no negotiation. They had 48 hours to accept, or I'd file charges and release everything to our clients, investors, and employees. Marcus would lose his CPA license. Natalie would be unhirable in our industry. Their affair and fraud would be public record. Marcus showed up at my house that night. First time I'd seen him since before I knew. He stood in my driveway asking if we could talk. I told him we had nothing to talk about. He said he knew I was hurt, but I was overreacting, that he and Natalie had fallen in love, and maybe it wasn't ideal how it happened, but feelings aren't logical. I asked him about the fabricated evidence. He had the nerve to say it was just leverage for the divorce negotiations, that they weren't actually going to use it if I'd been reasonable. I asked him what would have been reasonable. He said accepting a smaller share of my own company so Natalie could have a fresh start. I told him to get off my property. He said we'd been friends for almost 30 years and that should count for something. I said he'd betrayed that friendship the moment he decided to destroy me to get what he wanted. He left saying I'd regret not settling this quietly. The 48 hours passed. Natalie's attorney accepted the terms. She also fired Marcus as CFO immediately, trying to distance herself from him now that the plan had failed. Marcus sent me a long email saying Natalie had manipulated him into the scheme, that it was her idea and he'd just gone along with it, that I should go after her, not him. I forwarded his email to Natalie. She called me for the first time in months, furious that Marcus was trying to blame everything on her. She said they'd planned it together, that Marcus had been the one to suggest fabricating an affair because it would be cleaner than other options. I recorded the call, just in case. The divorce was finalized last week. Natalie got the house and her car, and that's it. The company is completely mine. I've been going through all our financial records with a forensic accountant to see if they'd stolen anything else. Found some questionable expense reports from Marcus and some creative accounting that benefited Natalie. Nothing criminal, but enough to make me realize this had been going on longer than I'd thought. It's been 2 months since the divorce was final. Marcus has been trying to get hired at other firms, but apparently word got around about why he was really fired. I didn't have to say anything. Natalie told people her version, trying to make herself look better, and it backfired. Now everyone in our professional circle knows they conspired to defraud me. Natalie moved in with Marcus about 3 weeks ago. His wife had divorced him years ago, and he'd been living alone. From what I hear through mutual acquaintances, their relationship is falling apart. Turns out when your entire relationship is built on betraying someone else, trust becomes an issue. Several of our employees have reached out to say they'd suspected something was going on between Marcus and Natalie, but didn't want to get involved in personal matters. A few said Marcus had been bad-mouthing me behind my back for over a year, setting the stage for my eventual removal. I've been working on rebuilding the company culture and making it clear that kind of behavior won't be tolerated going forward. My kids, 2 daughters from a previous relationship who are in their 20s, have been supportive. They never particularly liked Natalie and said they'd always thought she was with me for the business. I'd dismissed it as them being protective. Turns out they were right. The hardest part has been accepting that I missed all the signs. Late-night work sessions between Marcus and Natalie that I thought were just business. Weekend trips they took separately that aligned suspiciously. The way Marcus always sided with Natalie when we had disagreements. I'd seen it all as coincidence or confirmation that I'd chosen a good partner and a loyal friend. My attorney advised me to sue them both for damages, but I decided against it. I have my company back. They've been publicly exposed and are facing professional consequences. Dragging it out in court would just keep me connected to them longer. Some people think I let them off too easy. Maybe I did. Marcus sent me another email last week. Said he missed our friendship and wondered if there was any way to repair things. That he'd made mistakes, but so had I over the years, and friends forgive each other. I didn't respond. There's nothing to say to someone who spent 2 years planning to destroy you. Natalie's been posting on social media about new beginnings and finding authentic love. The comments are mostly from people who don't know what happened. The people who do know have been quietly unfollowing her. She lost most of our social circle when the truth came out. I've been on a few dates recently. Nothing serious, but it feels good to move forward. Women ask what happened with my marriage, and I give them the basic version. They're usually shocked, but I've learned that people are capable of worse than you think, especially when money is involved. The company is doing well. Revenue is actually up since Marcus left because I discovered he'd been inflating certain expenses to skim money. Nothing massive, but steady amounts over years. I reported it to the authorities and they're investigating. He might face charges after all. Sometimes I wonder if I should have seen this coming, if I was naive to trust them both so completely. My therapist says trust isn't naivety, it's a gift you give people, and what they do with it reflects on them, not you. I'm trying to believe that. What bothers me most isn't the attempted theft or even the affair. It's the premeditation, the months of planning, the fake evidence they created, the willingness to completely destroy my reputation to get what they wanted. That level of calculated cruelty from people I loved is hard to reconcile. I've thought about whether I made the right choice not pressing charges, if I should have burned their lives down the way they tried to burn mine. But revenge isn't really my style. Having my company back and watching their reputations crumble naturally feels like enough. Marcus's sister Jenna called to apologize for her face being used in the fake photos, even though she had nothing to do with it. Said she'd cut off contact with Marcus when she found out what he'd done. That she'd thought her brother was better than that. I told her none of it was her fault. My best friend of 30 years and my wife of 19 conspired to destroy me for money and are now dealing with the consequences of their choices. I'm rebuilding my life with the company I built, and a clearer understanding of who deserves my trust. Some days I'm angry about the time I lost and the betrayal. Most days I'm just relieved I found out before they actually succeeded in taking everything. Is it petty that I hope they stay together and make each other miserable? Just discovered my wife has been planning to leave me and take everything for over a year. At 49 years old, I thought I had my life figured out. I've been married to Rebecca, 47, for 18 years. We have twin sons who just started college, both on full scholarships, thankfully. Rebecca hasn't worked in 15 years, her choice after the boys were born. I supported that decision completely. I'm a software consultant and make good money, around $190K annually. We live comfortably in a nice suburb, take vacations, have a solid retirement fund. 3 weeks ago, our home computer crashed. Rebecca was out with friends, so I used her laptop to finish some work emails. Her Gmail was open. I wasn't trying to snoop, but a draft email was right there on the screen. It was addressed to someone named Catherine, with the subject line, "Timeline Update." I should have closed it. I didn't. The email talked about waiting until the twins were settled in college before filing. It mentioned securing documentation of all assets. There was a line about making sure her attorney had copies of everything before I could hide anything. At the bottom, she'd written that she just needed to get through the holidays, and then she could finally start her real life. I sat there for probably 20 minutes just staring at the screen. Then I started going through her emails. I know that's wrong, but my hands were moving before my brain caught up. There were hundreds of emails to this Catherine person going back 16 months. Catherine is a divorce attorney. The emails detailed everything. Rebecca had been documenting our finances, taking photos of statements, making copies of tax returns. She'd compiled a list of all our assets, including things I didn't even remember we had. There were discussions about alimony calculations and how long our marriage length would maximize her payout. In one email, she talked about how she just needed to maintain the appearance of a happy marriage until the twins were out of the house. One email from last March made me physically ill. She wrote that she'd stopped being attracted to me years ago, but the lifestyle was worth maintaining until the timing was right. She said she'd been going through the motions, and I was too oblivious to notice. Catherine responded with advice about not changing any routines or behaviors that might alert me to her plans. I went back further, found emails about a guy named Todd. They'd apparently met at her book club 2 years ago. The relationship ended after 6 months, but the emails were explicit. She told Catherine she'd been careful, always meeting him during my work trips or when the boys were at school. Said it helped her tolerate staying in the marriage. I took screenshots of everything, sent them to my personal email, cleared the browser history. When Rebecca came home that night, she kissed my cheek and asked about my day like she always does. I told her it was fine. We watched a movie together on the couch. She fell asleep with her head on my shoulder. I just sat there, thinking about how she'd been playing a role for 16 months. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't said anything to her yet. I've been coming home from work every day, having dinner, making conversation. She has no idea I know. I met with my own attorney 5 days after I found the emails. His name is Richard, and he specializes in high-asset divorces. I showed him everything. He sat back in his chair and told me Rebecca's attorney was very thorough and that I was lucky I found out when I did. He said in cases like this, the spouse who files first often has the advantage because they've been preparing while the other person gets blindsided. Richard asked me what I wanted. I told him I didn't know yet. He said I should figure that out quickly because if Rebecca was planning to file after the holidays, I had maybe 2 months to get my own affairs in order. He asked if I wanted to beat her to it. File first, freeze assets, control the narrative. I said I needed time to think. I've spent the last 2 weeks quietly protecting myself, opened a separate bank account at a different bank, and had my paycheck redirected there. Moved half our savings into it, changed the passwords on all my personal accounts, made copies of everything in our safe deposit box, contacted our accountant and requested copies of all our tax returns, started documenting every interaction Rebecca and I have, keeping a journal with dates and times. Richard advised me to appear completely normal at home. Don't change my behavior. Don't let on that I know anything. He said the moment Rebecca suspects I've discovered her plan, she might accelerate her timeline or take actions to protect her position. So I've been playing the role of oblivious husband. Last week was our anniversary. Rebecca made reservations at the restaurant where we had our first date. She held my hand across the table and talked about all our memories together, told me she loved me. I looked at her and wondered which version of her was real. The woman sitting across from me smiling, or the woman who wrote to her attorney that staying married to me felt like serving a prison sentence. I asked her casually over dinner if she was happy. She looked surprised by the question, said, "Of course she was happy. Why would I ask that?" I told her I just wanted to make sure. That I knew the boys leaving for college was an adjustment. She squeezed my hand and said she was exactly where she wanted to be. The lie came so easily to her. Friday night, Rebecca mentioned she was thinking about getting a part-time job, maybe something in retail or at the library, just to have something to do now that the boys were gone. I encouraged her, told her I thought it was a great idea. Richard said this is probably set up for her divorce case, establishing that she's attempting to be self-sufficient so she can claim she needs time to build a career after years out of the workforce. I logged into her laptop again when she went to her sister's house Sunday. New emails to Catherine. Rebecca wrote that I seemed more attentive lately, and she hoped I wasn't getting suspicious. Catherine told her to stay the course. There was discussion about holiday plans and how Rebecca should make sure we took family photos to show the court that she'd maintained family cohesion. Everything is strategy. Everything is calculated. The twins came home for fall break. We had a great weekend. Went to their favorite restaurants, watched football, played board games like we used to. Rebecca was affectionate with me in front of them, laughing at my jokes, touching my arm. When they left Sunday afternoon, she waved goodbye with tears in her eyes, told them she missed them already. Then she went to her book club and came home 3 hours later. I checked her emails the next day. She'd written to Catherine that having the boys home was emotionally exhausting because it reminded her why she was doing this. I'm writing this from a hotel room. Yesterday I told Rebecca I needed to go on a business trip. She didn't question it. I'm actually meeting with Richard this afternoon to finalize my strategy. Here's what I've decided to do. I'm filing first, this week. Richard has everything prepared. Rebecca will be served papers next Monday, while I'm supposedly out of town. By the time she realizes what's happening, asset freezes will already be in place, and I'll have established my position. Richard discovered something else during his investigation. Rebecca has been taking cash out of our joint account in small increments for over a year. 300 here, 500 there. Nothing large enough to notice, but it adds up to about $40,000. She's been building a cash reserve I knew nothing about. He found records of a separate apartment lease in her maiden name 2 towns over. She's had this place for 8 months. When I'm traveling for work, she's not at home. She's been living her alternate life in an apartment I'm paying for without knowing it. I drove by it yesterday before checking into this hotel. It's a nice complex, modern, expensive. I sat in my car across the street and watched people come and go, wondering how many times Rebecca pulled into that parking garage while I thought she was at yoga or book club or having lunch with her sister. The part that really got me was finding out about Todd. He didn't end things after 6 months like her emails to Catherine suggested. Richard hired an investigator who confirmed Todd has been to that apartment multiple times in recent months. He's there frequently enough that the doorman knows him. The affair never ended. She just stopped writing about it in emails to her lawyer. I've been supporting my wife's affair apartment, paying for the place where she meets her boyfriend while I work 60-hour weeks to maintain the lifestyle she didn't want to give up yet. The math is staggering when I think about it. The apartment is $2,800 a month. times 8 months. Plus the $40,000 in cash, plus whatever else I haven't discovered yet. My sons called last night, asked how things were at home, if Mom was doing okay with them being away. I told them she was fine. They said she'd been texting them more than usual, lots of messages about how much she loved them and how proud she was. I realized she's probably preparing them for the divorce announcement, getting her narrative ready, making sure they know she's the devoted mother so when this all comes out, they'll side with her. Richard said the evidence we have is substantial. The affair, the secret apartment, the hidden cash, the documented planning. He said most courts don't care about infidelity anymore, but the financial deception matters. The fact that she was using marital funds to maintain a second residence and support an affair while preparing to divorce me and claim she needs support because she hasn't worked in 15 years won't look good. Part of me wants to confront her before the papers are served, show her that I know everything, watch her try to explain it. But Richard strongly advised against it. He said emotion is the enemy in divorce. The person who stays calm and strategic wins. Rebecca taught me that with her 16 months of planning. I keep thinking about that anniversary dinner, how she looked me in the eyes and said she loved me, how easily the lies came, how much practice she's had. Tomorrow I go home and continue playing my role for a few more days. Then Monday happens, and everything changes. Rebecca thinks she's been so clever, planning everything down to the last detail. What she doesn't know is that I've spent 3 weeks learning from her playbook and building my own strategy. The twins are going to be devastated. That's the part that keeps me up at night. But they deserve to know the truth about what their mother did, not the version she'll try to sell them. I don't know what happens after Monday. If Rebecca will try to reconcile when she realizes I have evidence of everything, if she'll fight harder, if she'll finally drop the act and show me who she really is. 18 years of marriage ending because I accidentally saw a draft email. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if that computer hadn't crashed. How much longer would she have kept this going? Would she actually have made it to the holidays before filing? Would I have ever known about Todd or the apartment? Does it make me just as bad as her that I've been pretending for 3 weeks while gathering evidence? Richard says no, that I'm protecting myself. But late at night in this hotel room, I wonder if we're both just playing the same game now. Learned my wife has been telling our kids I'm dying to manipulate them into moving back. At 54, I thought my wife Sandra, 52, and I were on the same page about our empty nest years. Our twin sons, Ben and Lucas, are 26, and both moved across the country for work 3 years ago. Ben's in Seattle doing software development. Lucas is in Boston working in finance. Sandra and I talked about this being our time to travel, maybe downsize the house, enjoy life without the constant demands of parenting. Except, Sandra never adjusted to them being gone. The first year was rough, I get it. She'd call them daily, sometimes multiple times. They started answering less frequently. By year 2, they were down to weekly calls, and Sandra was getting depressed. I suggested therapy. She went twice and said it wasn't helpful. Said the therapist didn't understand that some mothers are just closer to their children. About 6 months ago, the boys started calling more often. Suddenly they were checking in 3 or 4 times a week, asking detailed questions about our health, our daily routines. Ben came home for a random weekend visit in March. Lucas flew back in April for no particular reason. At the time, I thought maybe they were finally maturing, realizing the importance of family. Sandra seemed happier than she'd been in years. Last month, Lucas called me directly, which was unusual. He said he needed to talk to me about something serious. Asked how I was really feeling, if I was being honest with them about my health. I told him I was fine, confused about why he was asking. He went quiet for a minute, then said, Mom had told him I'd been diagnosed with early-stage heart disease, and the doctors had given me maybe 5 to 10 years if I was careful. I told him that was completely untrue. I'd had my annual physical 2 months ago and everything came back normal. Lucas sounded shocked. Said Sandra had been telling both him and Ben for the past 8 months that I was sick, that I was in denial about it and refusing treatment, that she was terrified of losing me, but I wouldn't listen to doctors. After I hung up with Lucas, I called Ben. Same story. Sandra had told him last November that I'd had a minor heart attack that I was downplaying, said she'd found pills I was supposed to be taking but wasn't, that she'd wake up some nights and check if I was still breathing because she was so worried. Ben had been calling more often because he thought his father was dying and too stubborn to admit it. I confronted Sandra that evening, asked her straight out if she'd been telling the boys I was sick. She didn't even try to deny it, just started crying and saying she needed them to care, needed them to be involved in our lives. Said they'd forgotten about us after they moved, and this was the only way to make them understand family was important. I asked her how she could lie about something like that. She said it wasn't really a lie, because everyone dies eventually, and I could develop heart problems at any time, that she was just preparing them for reality. The boys have been calling non-stop, wanting to know what's true and what isn't. Ben and Lucas both took emergency time off work and flew home the day after I told them the truth. We sat in the living room, the three of us, while Sandra stayed upstairs in the bedroom. They wanted to hear everything directly from me. I showed them my recent medical records, my doctor's contact information, everything I had to prove I was healthy. Ben was furious. He'd been having panic attacks for months thinking he was going to lose his father, had started seeing a therapist to deal with anticipatory grief. Lucas said he'd been putting off a promotion that would have required more travel time because he wanted to be available to come home quickly if something happened to me. They'd both been living under this crushing weight of knowing their dad was sick, and none of it was real. They wanted to confront Sandra together. I asked them to let me talk to her first, but Ben said she'd just manipulate the situation like she always did. That made me pause. I asked what he meant by always. Lucas said Mom had been doing stuff like this their whole lives, making up crises to keep them close, exaggerating situations to get attention, playing victim when things didn't go her way. They told me about things I hadn't known. How Sandra told Ben's high school girlfriend that Ben had said he wanted to break up, but was too scared to do it himself. The girlfriend broke up with him and he was devastated for months. Sandra comforted him through it, never mentioning her role. How she'd told Lucas's college roommate that Lucas had a serious gambling problem and needed intervention. It caused a huge fight, and Lucas ended up switching rooms. Sandra had said she was just worried about him. I sat there listening to my sons describe patterns of manipulation I'd somehow never noticed. Or maybe I had noticed, and just explained it away as Sandra being overprotective or anxious. They said they'd moved across the country partly to get away from her constant need to be central to their lives. That they loved her, but couldn't breathe with her orchestrating everything. When Sandra finally came downstairs, she tried to hug the boys. They stepped back. Ben told her what she'd done was unforgivable. She started crying, saying she was just a mother who missed her children. Lucas said, normal mothers don't fake their husband's terminal illness to get attention. Sandra turned to me and asked if I was going to let them talk to her this way. I told her I didn't know what to say to her right now. She left and went to her sister's house. That was 4 days ago. She's been texting me constantly, apologizing but also defending herself, saying everything she did came from love, that the boys have always been too sensitive and hold grudges over nothing, that I'm abandoning her when she needs me most. The boys have been staying at a hotel but coming over during the day. We've been talking a lot, about their childhoods, about Sandra, about how I missed so many red flags. Lucas said he'd always thought I knew and just didn't care enough to stop it. That hurt more than anything Sandra had done. Yesterday, Sandra's sister called me. Said Sandra's been having a breakdown, not eating, just crying constantly. Said I needed to work on forgiving her because people make mistakes, and marriage means standing by each other. I asked if she'd stand by someone who lied about her having a terminal illness. She said that was different because Sandra was clearly mentally unwell and needed support, not judgment. I've been sleeping in the guest room since before Sandra left. I can't imagine sharing a bed with her right now. Can't imagine looking at her the same way. The boys fly back tomorrow. Ben said I should seriously consider divorce. Lucas said whatever I decide, they'll support me, but they're done with their mother for now. Sandra came by the house this morning while the boys were out, let herself in with her key. She wanted to talk about fixing this, going to couples therapy, making things right. I told her I didn't know if things could be fixed. She said I was being dramatic over something that didn't even hurt anyone. I pointed out it hurt our sons profoundly. She said they'd get over it. That response told me everything I needed to know. It's been 5 weeks. Sandra's still at her sister's place, though she comes by the house when I'm at work to get things she needs. We communicate only through text about practical matters. She's been pushing for us to see a marriage counselor. I finally agreed, and we had our first session last week. The therapist asked Sandra to explain why she'd told the boys I was dying. Sandra said she'd been suffering from empty nest syndrome and depression, and made a bad decision in a moment of weakness. The therapist asked if it was really just one moment, given that she'd maintained the lie for 8 months. Sandra started crying and said she knew it was wrong, but once she'd started, she didn't know how to take it back without making things worse. I asked her why she didn't just tell them the truth immediately after the first lie. She said because they'd finally started calling more, and she couldn't bear to lose that again. The therapist asked if she understood that she'd prioritized her own emotional needs over her children's well-being. Sandra said she was their mother, and of course she cared about their well-being. That's why she did it, to bring the family closer. The circular logic was exhausting. The therapist gave us homework. Sandra was supposed to write a genuine apology letter to Ben and Lucas, taking full responsibility without justification or excuses. I was supposed to journal about what I needed from Sandra to consider rebuilding trust. We're supposed to go back next week. Sandra sent me her draft letter yesterday. It started with an apology, but by the 3rd paragraph she was explaining how hard it's been for her with the boys so far away, and how she'd always been a devoted mother who sacrificed everything for them. I told her that wasn't taking responsibility. She said I was being impossible to please. Ben calls me every few days to check in. He's been doing research about narcissistic personality disorder and sending me articles. Some of them are uncomfortably accurate descriptions of Sandra's behavior patterns. Lucas is angrier, less interested in understanding the psychology, and more focused on the fact that Mom lied and manipulated them for months. Neither of them has spoken to Sandra since they left. She's tried calling them repeatedly. They've blocked her number. She asked me to intervene, to tell them they're being cruel to their mother. I told her they're adults making their own decisions about who they want in their lives. My coworkers have noticed I've been distracted. A few close ones know what happened and have asked if I'm planning to divorce Sandra. Honestly, I don't know. We've been married for 28 years. That's not nothing. But I keep thinking about what the boys said, about all the other times Sandra manipulated situations. I've been going through memories with new perspective, and it's disturbing how much I'd normalized. Last week I found old journals of mine from when the boys were in high school. There are entries about being confused by situations that seemed off, about Sandra's versions of events not quite matching what I remembered, about the boys being distant with their mother, but I couldn't figure out why. I'd attributed it all to normal teenage stuff. Now I'm wondering how much I failed to protect my sons by not questioning things more. Sandra's sister has been calling me too, saying Sandra's genuinely remorseful and I'm being unforgiving. That marriage is about working through hard times. I asked her if she'd want to work through her husband, creating an elaborate lie about her dying. She said I was twisting her words and being hostile. My parents are in their 80s, and I haven't told them what's happening. They love Sandra, have always said I was lucky to find such a devoted wife and mother. I don't know how to explain that the devotion was actually control disguised as love. The therapist asked me in our last individual session, what I wanted my life to look like in a year. I couldn't answer. Some days I think, maybe Sandra can change with proper help, and we can rebuild something healthier. Other days I think about spending another 20 years walking on eggshells around someone who sees truth as negotiable, and I feel suffocated. Ben's getting married next spring. He told me yesterday that Sandra isn't invited to the wedding. Said his fiancée knows everything and supports his decision. He asked if that would put me in an impossible position. I told him it's his wedding and his choice, and I'd be there regardless. Sandra will be devastated when she finds out. She's been talking about the wedding like she's still included, sending me Pinterest boards of mother of the groom outfits. I haven't had the heart to tell her yet. Or maybe I just don't want to deal with the fallout. Sometimes I wonder if I should have seen this coming. If there were signs I missed that Sandra's need for control and attention would eventually escalate to something this destructive. Or if she'd been doing things like this all along and I just never connected the dots until the boys laid it all out for me. I'm 54 years old, trying to figure out if my marriage is worth saving, or if I've been living with a stranger who just happened to look like my wife. The therapist says that's a question only I can answer. But she also said that trust, once broken to this degree, is incredibly difficult to rebuild, especially when the person who broke it doesn't fully acknowledge what they've done. Is it wrong that part of me wants to just leave and start over, even though that means admitting I wasted nearly 3 decades with someone I never really knew? My brother convinced me my wife died in childbirth, then raised my daughter as his while stealing my inheritance. Waking up from emergency surgery to be told your wife didn't survive childbirth is a grief that annihilates your sense of reality. I'm Nathan, 45, and 7 years ago, I was in a catastrophic car accident when my wife Sarah was 8 months pregnant with our first child. I sustained severe injuries, including a traumatic brain injury that left me in a coma for 6 weeks. When I finally regained consciousness, my older brother Kenneth, 49, was at my bedside with devastating news. Sarah had gone into premature labor from the stress of my accident. Our daughter had been born healthy, but Sarah had suffered a fatal hemorrhage during delivery and died. I was shattered beyond description. I'd lost my wife, would never get to say goodbye, and had a newborn daughter I'd never met who would grow up without her mother. Kenneth was gentle and supportive, explaining that he and his wife Michelle had been caring for the baby, a girl Sarah had wanted to name Emma, during my coma and recovery. He said Emma was thriving with them, and that given my ongoing rehabilitation from the brain injury and the complications of my recovery, perhaps it would be best if Emma stayed with them temporarily while I healed and processed my grief. I was in no position to argue. I had months of physical and cognitive therapy ahead, was dealing with severe depression from losing Sarah, and could barely take care of myself, much less an infant. Kenneth assured me this was temporary, that Emma was legally still my daughter, and that once I was recovered, I could take over her care. He brought photos and videos of Emma, and seeing my daughter's face, so much like Sarah's, was both beautiful and agonizing. My recovery took nearly 2 years. The brain injury had been severe, and I had to relearn many basic functions. I had memory problems, struggled with coordination, and dealt with ongoing cognitive issues that made daily life challenging. Throughout this time, Kenneth and Michelle sent regular updates about Emma, photos, videos, milestones. They brought her to visit occasionally, though these visits were brief and emotionally overwhelming for me. Emma knew Kenneth and Michelle as her parents and didn't know me at all, which Kenneth said was natural given the circumstances. As I recovered, I started making plans to transition Emma back to my care. I'd gotten a small apartment, was working part-time, and felt ready to at least begin sharing custody with Kenneth and Michelle. But when I raised this with Kenneth, he became evasive and eventually told me something that didn't make sense. He said he and Michelle had legally adopted Emma shortly after Sarah's death because I'd been declared incompetent due to the brain injury and unable to care for a child. I was confused. I didn't remember agreeing to adoption or being declared incompetent. Kenneth showed me legal documents that appeared to show I'd signed away my parental rights while still in rehabilitation, supposedly during a period when I'd been lucid enough to make that decision. The signatures looked like mine, and the documents seemed official, so I reluctantly accepted that, in my confused state during recovery, I must have agreed to let Kenneth and Michelle adopt Emma permanently. For 5 more years, I lived with this reality. I saw Emma occasionally at family gatherings, watching my daughter grow up, calling my brother Dad and his wife Mom. Kenneth and Michelle were kind enough to let me remain in Emma's life as Uncle Nathan, and I tried to find peace with the arrangement, even though it felt wrong and painful. I rebuilt my life slowly, found stable employment, and tried to accept that I'd lost both my wife and my daughter to circumstances beyond my control. Everything changed 3 months ago when I received an unexpected call from a woman named Jennifer Harris, who identified herself as an attorney. She said she'd been Sarah's college roommate and close friend, and that she'd been trying to locate me for years. Jennifer said she had information about Sarah that I needed to hear, and could we meet in person? I was confused but agreed, and when we met, Jennifer told me something that shattered my entire reality. Sarah wasn't dead. She was alive, living in Oregon under her maiden name, working as a nurse, and had been looking for me and Emma for the past 7 years. Jennifer said Sarah had tried desperately to find us after recovering from the actual events of Emma's birth, but had been told by Kenneth that I'd died from my accident injuries and that Emma had been stillborn. Sarah had been grieving us just as I'd been grieving her, both of us manipulated by Kenneth into believing the other was dead. I thought Jennifer must be mistaken or confused, but she showed me recent photos of Sarah, older, different haircut, but unmistakably my wife. Jennifer explained that Sarah had been contacted by someone who'd seen my social media profile and realized I was alive, which led Sarah to Jennifer, who'd been helping her search. Jennifer said Sarah wanted to meet if I was willing, and that there was much more to the story that I needed to know about what Kenneth had done. The reunion with Sarah was overwhelming and surreal. We'd both mourned each other for 7 years, both been told the other was dead, both believed we'd lost everything in the accident and childbirth. Sarah explained what had actually happened. She had suffered complications during Emma's premature birth, but they'd been manageable, and she'd survived. However, Kenneth had told the hospital staff that he was my healthcare proxy due to my incapacitation, and he'd instructed them not to allow Sarah contact with me, claiming I'd specifically requested no contact due to trauma. Kenneth had then told Sarah a different set of lies, that I'd died from my injuries, that the hospital had made errors in treating me, and that in my final moments before death, I'd requested that Emma be placed with Kenneth and Michelle, rather than Sarah, because I'd supposedly discovered Sarah had been unfaithful, and Emma might not be mine. This cruel lie had been designed to make Sarah doubt Emma's paternity and feel too ashamed to fight for custody. Sarah, grief-stricken and manipulated, had eventually accepted Kenneth's lies and had tried to rebuild her life, believing both her husband and daughter were dead. But why would Kenneth do this? The answer was financial, and even more disturbing. Our parents had died 2 years before my accident, leaving a substantial estate, approximately $4 million to be split equally between Kenneth and me. But there was a provision. If either of us died without heirs, our share would go entirely to the surviving brother. Kenneth had realized that if he could make both Sarah and me believe the other was dead, prevent us from reuniting, and gain legal custody of Emma as his adopted daughter, he could eventually claim my half of the inheritance by having me declared dead or incompetent with no legal heirs. The legal documents Kenneth had shown me, proving I'd signed adoption papers, were complete forgeries. I'd never signed away my parental rights or been declared incompetent. Kenneth had created fake court orders and adoption decrees using his connections in the legal field. He worked as a paralegal and had access to document templates and official-looking seals. He'd kept me and Sarah separated through lies, had stolen my daughter and raised her as his own, and had been positioning himself to eventually claim my entire inheritance by making me legally childless. Sarah and I contacted attorneys and law enforcement immediately. The evidence of Kenneth's fraud was extensive once investigators started looking. Hospital records showed Sarah had survived childbirth and had been asking about me, while Kenneth had been documented as preventing contact, claiming to act as my healthcare proxy. The adoption documents Kenneth had shown me were proven to be forgeries with fake judge signatures and court seals. Financial records showed Kenneth had already been accessing portions of my inheritance through fraudulent claims. Most damning, investigators found emails between Kenneth and Michelle from years ago discussing their plan to keep Sarah and me separated, to raise Emma as their own, and to eventually claim my inheritance once enough time had passed. They'd discussed how to maintain the lies, how to keep Sarah and me from ever discovering the truth, and how much money they'd eventually gain from the scheme. They'd planned all of this while watching both Sarah and me grieve for years. Kenneth and Michelle were both arrested and charged with kidnapping, fraud, forgery, theft, identity theft, and conspiracy. Emma, who was 7 years old and knew Kenneth and Michelle as her only parents, was removed from their custody and placed temporarily with Child Protective Services while courts determined next steps. Sarah and I were proven to be Emma's biological parents through DNA testing, and we were granted emergency custody while the criminal case proceeded. The reunion with Emma has been extraordinarily complex and painful. She's 7 years old and has been raised entirely by Kenneth and Michelle, believing they're her parents. She calls them Mom and Dad. She has no memory of Sarah or me, and doesn't understand why she's suddenly been taken from the only parents she's known and placed with strangers, claiming to be her real parents. From Emma's perspective, she's been kidnapped from her family, even though legally and biologically, we're rescuing our daughter. Emma is traumatized and angry, crying for Kenneth and Michelle constantly, refusing to accept that Sarah and I are her parents. Child psychologists say this will be a long, difficult process of helping Emma understand what happened while managing her attachment to the people who raised her, but who also stole her from us. There's no good outcome here. Emma will be psychologically damaged regardless of how we handle this, because Kenneth and Michelle's 7-year lie has created bonds that can't be simply undone. The criminal trial was emotionally brutal. Sarah and I both testified about the 7 years we'd each spent believing the other was dead, about the grief and trauma of losing our spouse and daughter, about discovering we'd been manipulated and lied to by my own brother. The prosecutor showed the jury Kenneth and Michelle's emails planning the scheme, the forged documents, the financial records showing theft of inheritance, and the hospital records proving their lies about Sarah's death. Kenneth and Michelle were both convicted on all counts. Kenneth received 25 years in federal prison for orchestrating the fraud, kidnapping, and inheritance theft. Michelle received 18 years as an active co-conspirator who'd helped maintain the lies and raise our daughter as her own. The judge said this was one of the most elaborate and cruel family betrayal cases he'd encountered. Stealing a brother's wife, daughter, and inheritance through systematic lies sustained over 7 years showed a level of malice that warranted maximum sentences. But no prison sentence can undo what's been done to Emma. She's 8 now, and has been with Sarah and me for 6 months, but she's still struggling to accept us as her parents. She's angry that Kenneth and Michelle are in prison, blames us for taking her away from her real family, and has significant behavioral and emotional problems stemming from the trauma of this entire situation. Therapists say she may eventually bond with us, but the damage from being raised for 7 years by people who stole her from us will be permanent. Sarah and I are essentially strangers trying to parent a traumatized child who doesn't want us, while processing our own trauma from 7 years of believing each other was dead. Our marriage has to be rebuilt from scratch. We've been separated for Emma's entire life, have both changed significantly, and are reconnecting as different people than we were before the accident. We're in intensive couples therapy while simultaneously trying to parent an angry, confused daughter who wants the only parents she's ever known. My relationship with the rest of my family has been destroyed. Kenneth's adult children from a previous marriage are horrified by what their father did, but also struggling with having him in prison. Extended family members are divided, some supportive of Sarah and me, others suggesting we should have shown mercy to Kenneth and Michelle rather than pursuing prosecution that resulted in decades-long prison sentences and traumatized Emma by removing her from the people who raised her. But the idea that we should have shown mercy to people who told me my wife died in childbirth, told my wife I died from my injuries, stole our newborn daughter, and raised her as their own for 7 years, all while planning to steal millions in inheritance, that suggestion is obscene. Kenneth didn't make a mistake or an error in judgment. He executed a 7-year fraud that involved fake death notifications, forged legal documents, stolen identity, and systematic psychological torture of both his brother and sister-in-law. The inheritance that Kenneth tried to steal is now legally mine, but it feels tainted by his fraud. Sarah and I have used portions of it to pay for Emma's extensive therapy and our legal fees, but we've struggled with what to do with the rest. We're considering placing most of it in trust for Emma's future, though we wonder how she'll feel eventually about money that was the motivation for the lies that destroyed her childhood. People say we should focus on the positive, that Sarah and I found each other again, that we have our daughter back, that Kenneth and Michelle are facing justice. But there is no simple positive here. We lost 7 years of our daughter's life. Emma lost 7 years with her actual parents and was raised by kidnappers who she loved and trusted. The reunion that should have been joyful has been traumatic for everyone, especially for an 8-year-old who doesn't understand why the people she called mom and dad are in prison and why these strangers insist she belongs with them. Was I justified in pursuing prosecution that resulted in Kenneth and Michelle receiving 25 and 18 years respectively for telling Sarah and me that each other had died and raising our daughter as their own, to steal my inheritance? Or should I have prioritized Emma's attachment to them over justice for their crimes? My daughter chose her stepmother over me and now wants back in my life after the truth. Being a single mom to Riley, now 26, was the hardest and best thing I ever did. Her father left when she was 2, sent child support irregularly, and saw her maybe twice a year. I worked double shifts as a dental hygienist to keep us afloat. We were close, or so I thought. She was my whole world. When Riley was 16, her father Mark suddenly got remarried to a woman named Diane. Diane was wealthy, lived in a big house across the state, and had no kids of her own. Within 6 months, Riley started asking to spend more time with them. Summer visits turned into wanting to go there for holidays. By her senior year, she barely spoke to me unless she needed something. The breaking point came when Riley was choosing colleges. I'd been saving since she was born. Not much, but enough to help with in-state tuition and expenses. Around $40,000 total. Mark called me and said he and Diane wanted to pay for everything. Said Riley should go to the school she really wanted without worrying about money. The school she really wanted was a private university that cost $60,000 a year. I told Riley I was proud of her, but that we should talk about realistic options. She screamed at me that I was jealous of Diane and trying to hold her back. Said Diane understood her dreams, while I only thought about money. Mark got on the phone and told me to stop being difficult, that Riley deserved the best, and if I really loved her, I'd support her choices. Riley moved in with them that summer and barely called me during her 4 years of college. After graduation, Riley got engaged to her college boyfriend. Diane planned the entire wedding. I got an invitation in the mail like any other guest. No input on anything. Riley asked Diane to go dress shopping with her. At the wedding, Diane sat in the front row while I was in the third. Riley's toast thanked Mark and Diane for giving her the life she deserved. That was 3 years ago. Riley and I talked maybe once every few months. Superficial conversations where she told me about her job and her husband, and I pretended everything was fine. Then, 2 weeks ago, she showed up at my apartment at 9 at night crying. She said she'd just come from Mark and Diane's house. Apparently there'd been some family gathering, and Riley overheard Diane talking to her sister in the kitchen. Diane was saying how Riley had been such a good investment, that taking her from me was easier than she'd expected because all it took was money and the promise of a better life. Diane's sister asked if Mark felt guilty, and Diane laughed. Said Mark barely tolerated Riley, but went along with it because Diane wanted a daughter to dress up and show off. Riley confronted them. Mark admitted they'd pursued a relationship with Riley specifically because Diane wanted to play mother, that the college tuition and wedding were worth it for Diane's happiness. When Riley asked if any of it was real, Diane said she cared about her, but Riley had served her purpose, and maybe it was time for everyone to be honest. Riley was sitting on my couch, sobbing, saying she'd thrown away 10 years with me for people who saw her as a toy. I didn't know what to say to Riley that night. Part of me wanted to hold her and tell her everything would be okay. The other part, the part that had spent 10 years being treated like I was disposable, wanted to ask her what she expected me to do about it now. She stayed for 3 hours, crying and apologizing, kept saying she'd been so stupid that she'd let Diane manipulate her. I asked her if she really thought it was all Diane's manipulation, or if maybe the expensive gifts and nice vacations and big house had been pretty appealing too. She got quiet. Before she left, Riley asked if we could have dinner the next week, start rebuilding our relationship. I told her I'd think about it. She looked hurt, like she'd expected me to immediately forgive everything. I watched her walk to her car, the expensive car Mark and Diane gave her as a graduation present, and wondered if she'd have come back if she hadn't overheard that conversation. I called my sister afterward and told her everything. She said I should be grateful Riley finally saw the truth and not waste time being bitter, that she's my only daughter and I should take what I can get. Maybe my sister is right. But I keep thinking about Riley's wedding, sitting in the third row while Diane beamed in the front. About 4 years of college where Riley called Diane more than she called me. About every holiday I spent alone while she was at their house posting happy family photos on social media. We did meet for dinner last week. Riley brought her husband Tom, who I've met maybe twice before. She talked about wanting to make things right, about how much she'd missed me. I asked her when she'd missed me. During college when she came home twice in 4 years? During wedding planning when she didn't ask my opinion once? She said that wasn't fair, that Diane had been in her ear constantly telling her I was bitter and unsupportive. I asked if Diane held a gun to her head and forced her to believe it. Tom looked uncomfortable. Riley started crying again. Said she knew she'd hurt me, but she was young and stupid and she was here now trying to fix it. I asked why she wanted to fix it now. She didn't answer right away. Then she admitted things with Mark and Diane had been tense since the confrontation, and she realized she didn't have much family left. So, I'm the backup plan. The fallback option now that the shiny life with Diane has tarnished. I told Riley I needed more time, and she got frustrated. Said she was trying, and I was being cold. Her husband put his hand on her arm and suggested they should go. As they left, Riley said she hoped I wouldn't punish her forever for mistakes she made as a teenager. But she wasn't a teenager through most of this. She was in her 20s making active choices to exclude me from her life. The wedding was 3 years ago. She was 23 and fully capable of picking up a phone. My coworker said I should go to therapy with Riley, work through it with professional help. Another friend said I should tell Riley exactly how much her choices hurt and make her sit with that before moving forward. My sister keeps calling saying I'm being stubborn and I'll regret it if Riley gives up on reconciling. I don't know what I want. Some days I miss my daughter so much it physically hurts. Other days I remember every single time she chose them over me, and I wonder if that person even exists anymore. Riley has been texting me almost daily. Updates about her life, photos of things she's doing, memories from when she was little with messages like, "Remember when we did this together?" It feels performative, like she's trying to recreate something that she voluntarily destroyed. Yesterday, she sent a long message saying she'd been thinking about the $40,000 I'd saved for her college. She said she never thanked me properly for that sacrifice, and she wanted to acknowledge how hard I must have worked to save that much. Then she said, since Mark and Diane paid for school, that money must still be sitting somewhere, and maybe I could use it for something special for myself now. That money is long gone. I used it for a down payment on this apartment after I had to move from our old place because rent increased and I couldn't afford it on my own anymore. Used some of it for medical bills when I needed surgery 2 years ago. The rest went to basic living expenses during a period when the dental office cut everyone's hours. But Riley doesn't know any of this because she never asked how I was doing financially after she left. I told her the money was spent. She seemed surprised. Asked what I spent it on. I listed everything. There was a long pause, then she said she felt terrible that I'd struggled while she was living comfortably. I pointed out she'd had plenty of opportunities to check in and see how I was doing. She said Diane always told her I was fine, that I was being dramatic about money to make Riley feel guilty. At some point, Riley needs to take responsibility for her own choices, instead of blaming everything on Diane's influence. Last week, Mark called me for the first time in probably 5 years. He said Riley was struggling emotionally, and he was worried about her. Asked if I could please work on forgiving her because she needed her mother right now. I asked him why he cared since Riley was supposedly just an investment for Diane's benefit. He got defensive, said that conversation was taken out of context and he does love Riley. I asked if he loved her enough to apologize for participating in alienating her from her mother for a decade. He said I was being dramatic, and holding grudges wasn't good for anyone. Then he said Riley and Tom were trying to get pregnant, and Riley really wanted her mother in her life before she became a mother herself. He hung up before I could respond. So now there's a potential grandchild in the equation. My sister called immediately after. Apparently Mark had contacted her too. She said I needed to think about the bigger picture, that if I didn't reconcile with Riley now, I might never meet my grandchildren. That Riley was extending an olive branch, and I was being selfish. But Riley isn't extending an olive branch because she genuinely wants a relationship with me. She wants me back in her life now that Diane has shown her true colors, and because she needs a grandmother for her future children. I'm supposed to be grateful for whatever crumbs of attention she's willing to offer after years of nothing. I asked my therapist, the one I started seeing 2 years ago to deal with the grief of losing my daughter while she was still alive, what I should do. She asked what I wanted my life to look like in 5 years. Did I see Riley in it? I said I didn't know. She said that was okay, that I didn't need to have an answer yet. Riley sent another message this morning. Said she and Tom are planning to buy a house and she wanted my opinion on the neighborhoods they're considering. Wants me to go look at houses with them next weekend. Like we're just going to skip over 10 years and play happy family because it's convenient for her now. Part of me wants to go, wants to be involved in her life again, even if it means swallowing all the hurt and anger. Part of me thinks going to look at houses with her like nothing happened would be betraying myself and the decade I spent grieving the loss of my daughter. My daughter chose another woman to be her mother. She chose money and status and comfort over the person who raised her alone and sacrificed everything. And now she wants me back, because it turns out the people she chose were using her. I don't know if that's something I can get past. I don't know if I even want to. Some relationships, once broken, can't be repaired to what they were. Maybe Riley and I can build something new, but it won't be what we had. She made sure of that. Do I owe her forgiveness because she's my daughter? Or am I allowed to protect myself from someone who hurt me profoundly, even if that someone is my own child? My daughters secretly switched my chemotherapy with saline so I'd die faster and inherit my restaurant chain. Trusting your own children to manage your medical care during cancer treatment creates a vulnerability that feels safe until it becomes weaponized. I'm Vincent, 50, and 8 months ago I was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer that required aggressive chemotherapy and surgery. I own a successful chain of 7 Italian restaurants across 3 states that I built from a single location over 25 years, now valued at approximately $18 million. My daughters Gabriella, 28, and Lucia, 25, had both been working in management roles at various locations for years, and I'd always planned they'd eventually inherit and run the business together. When I received my cancer diagnosis, Gabriella and Lucia were incredibly supportive. They insisted on taking over the day-to-day operations of the restaurants, so I could focus entirely on my treatment and recovery. They arranged my oncology appointments, drove me to chemotherapy infusions, managed my medications, and generally handled everything so I wouldn't have additional stress during what they said should be my only focus: fighting cancer and surviving. I started chemotherapy in early March with an aggressive regimen my oncologist said offered good chances of shrinking the tumors enough for successful surgery. The side effects were brutal: nausea, fatigue, hair loss, weight loss, exactly what I'd been warned to expect from chemotherapy. Gabriella and Lucia were attentive throughout, bringing me food I could tolerate, helping me to appointments, staying with me during the worst days. I felt grateful to have daughters who were so devoted and caring during the most difficult period of my life. But despite the severe side effects, my cancer wasn't responding to treatment. After 3 months of chemotherapy, my scans showed the tumors had actually grown rather than shrinking. My oncologist was puzzled because the regimen I was on typically showed at least some response, and the severity of my side effects suggested I was receiving the full treatment doses. He said we'd need to switch to a different, more aggressive chemotherapy protocol and hope for better results. The second chemotherapy regimen was even more difficult, with worse side effects and greater debilitation. I lost more weight, became weaker, and spent most days too sick to function. Gabriella and Lucia continued managing everything, and I became almost entirely dependent on them for basic care and all business operations. I signed documents they brought me without reading them carefully, because I trusted them completely and was too sick to focus on business details. After 2 more months on the second regimen with no improvement, in fact, continued tumor growth, my oncologist became seriously concerned. He said this degree of non-response to 2 different aggressive protocols was unusual and worrying. He started discussing palliative care options and being realistic about prognosis, saying if the cancer didn't respond to treatment soon, I might have only months left rather than years. It was my oncology nurse, a woman named Patricia, who'd been administering my infusions for months, who finally noticed something that unraveled everything. Patricia mentioned casually that I seemed to be tolerating the chemotherapy remarkably well for someone receiving such aggressive drugs, that most patients on my regimen were far more visibly affected. When I said I'd been experiencing severe side effects, Patricia looked confused and said that didn't make sense given the specific side effect profile of my actual medications. Patricia asked detailed questions about my symptoms, and something about my answers troubled her. She said the side effects I was describing, the specific types of nausea, fatigue patterns, and other symptoms, didn't quite match what she'd expect from the chemotherapy drugs I was supposedly receiving. She suggested maybe I was having unusual reactions, but she wanted to run some tests to check drug levels in my blood to ensure I was receiving therapeutic doses. The blood tests came back showing something horrifying. I had no detectable levels of any chemotherapy drugs in my system. Patricia was alarmed and immediately consulted with my oncologist. They reviewed my treatment records and confirmed I should have significant drug levels detectable given the doses supposedly administered. The only explanation was that I wasn't actually receiving chemotherapy during my infusions. I was receiving something else, likely just saline, while being told it was cancer treatment. But how was this possible? I'd been coming to the oncology clinic for infusions regularly, had watched nurses access my port and connect IV bags, had experienced what I believed were chemotherapy side effects. The oncologist and clinic administrators launched an immediate investigation, reviewing security footage from the infusion suite and examining the medication records for my treatments. What they discovered was shocking and horrifying. Gabriella had been bribing one of the pharmacy technicians who prepared chemotherapy drugs to switch my actual cancer medications with saline solution. For 6 months, every chemotherapy infusion I'd received had been nothing but salt water. The severe side effects I'd experienced hadn't been from chemotherapy. Gabriella had been secretly adding various medications to my food and drinks that mimicked chemotherapy side effects, like nausea, vomiting, and fatigue. Gabriella had spent months poisoning me with drugs that created fake chemotherapy symptoms, while ensuring I received no actual cancer treatment, all while my tumors grew unchecked. The oncologist said that without real treatment for 6 months, my stage 3 cancer had likely progressed to stage 4, and my chances of survival had decreased dramatically from what they would have been with proper treatment. But why would Gabriella do this? The investigation revealed a conspiracy between Gabriella and Lucia to accelerate my death from cancer so they could inherit my restaurant chain. They'd researched cancer treatment enough to know that denying me chemotherapy would allow the disease to progress quickly and kill me within months. By substituting saline for actual treatment while creating fake side effects, they'd ensured I'd continue believing I was being treated while actually dying from untreated cancer. Financial records showed Gabriella and Lucia had been preparing for my death for months. They'd been restructuring the restaurant business in ways that positioned them to take control immediately upon my death. They'd taken out loans against future inheritance, spent money they didn't have yet on luxury purchases, and made plans for how they'd expand the business with the capital they'd have access to once I was dead. They'd been shopping for cars and houses while I underwent what I thought was cancer treatment, but was actually just them slowly killing me through medical neglect. The pharmacy technician Gabriella had bribed, a man named Derek Chen, was arrested first and immediately cooperated with authorities. He confessed to being paid $75,000 by Gabriella to replace my chemotherapy drugs with saline over 6 months of treatment. Derek had access to the drugs as part of his job and had made the switches before the bags were delivered to the infusion suite. He said Gabriella had convinced him initially that it was for insurance fraud purposes, but he'd known it meant I wasn't receiving cancer treatment. Gabriella and Lucia were both arrested and charged with attempted murder, conspiracy to commit murder, fraud, poisoning, and tampering with medical treatment. The evidence was overwhelming. Derek's testimony, bank records showing Gabriella's payments to him, messages between Gabriella and Lucia discussing their plans for the business after my death, and physical evidence of the drugs Gabriella had been using to create fake chemotherapy symptoms. The district attorney said this was one of the most premeditated murder cases she'd prosecuted. Daughters systematically denying their father cancer treatment over 6 months while making him believe he was being treated, poisoning him to create fake symptoms, all while planning how they'd spend the inheritance from his hastened death. The DA pushed for maximum charges given the calculation, the extended timeline, and the cruel manipulation of using cancer treatment as the murder method. But the damage to my health was already catastrophic. My oncologist said the 6 months without treatment had allowed my cancer to spread extensively. What had been stage 3 and very treatable was now stage 4, with metastases to my liver and lungs. My prognosis had gone from good with treatment to poor, even with aggressive intervention. Gabriella and Lucia's scheme to kill me faster had very likely succeeded, even though they'd been caught. I was now probably going to die from the cancer they'd allowed to progress by denying me treatment. I started actual chemotherapy immediately, but my oncologist was honest that we were now fighting a much more advanced disease that might be beyond successful treatment. Every day, I live with the knowledge that my daughters spent 6 months ensuring I received no cancer treatment so I'd die faster and they could inherit my restaurants. They watched me suffer from fake side effects they'd created, drove me to appointments where I received saline instead of medicine, and planned their futures around my death that they were actively causing. The criminal trial was emotionally, and physically devastating. I had to testify while undergoing real chemotherapy for advanced cancer, explaining how my daughters had managed my treatment, how I'd trusted them completely, and how they'd used that trust to ensure I'd die from untreated disease. The prosecutor showed the jury messages between Gabriella and Lucia, discussing when I'd likely die and what they'd do with the restaurants, sent while I believed they were caring for me. Gabriella was convicted and sentenced to 25 years to life for attempted murder and conspiracy. The judge said she'd orchestrated a 6-month scheme to kill her father through medical sabotage, had bribed medical staff, and had poisoned him to create fake symptoms, showing such profound betrayal and premeditation that maximum sentencing was appropriate. Lucia received 20 years for her role as co-conspirator and active participant in planning the murder and preparing to benefit from it. Derek Chen, the pharmacy technician, received 12 years for accepting bribes to replace chemotherapy with saline, knowing it would likely result in my death. The pharmacy and oncology clinic faced massive civil liability for allowing an employee to access and tamper with cancer medications without sufficient oversight. But I'm still dying from the cancer my daughters allowed to progress by denying me treatment. Even with aggressive chemotherapy now, my oncologist says survival beyond 2 years is unlikely. Gabriella and Lucia's plan to inherit my restaurants is succeeding despite their imprisonment. I'll probably die from the cancer they ensured went untreated, and they'll eventually be released from prison while I'm dead from the disease they weaponized. My restaurant chain continues operating under management I've hired, but I've changed my will to completely exclude Gabriella and Lucia. The business will be sold upon my death, with proceeds going to cancer research, and to create a foundation in my wife's name, their mother, who died in a car accident when they were young. The daughters who tried to kill me through medical sabotage will inherit nothing from the death they worked to accelerate. The psychological torture of knowing my daughters spent 6 months deliberately denying me cancer treatment is something no therapy can fully address. Every appointment they drove me to, every chemotherapy session where they watched me receive saline while my cancer grew, every conversation where they asked how I was feeling while secretly poisoning me to create fake symptoms. All of it was them actively murdering me while pretending to care. Gabriella and Lucia have sent letters from prison that are stunning in their lack of genuine remorse. Gabriella claims she panicked about finances and made terrible choices, but never really meant for me to die, that she'd planned to confess before it went too far. Lucia says she was pressured by Gabriella and went along reluctantly. Neither seems to grasp that they spent 6 months ensuring I received no cancer treatment for a deadly disease, that their actions have likely killed me, even though they were caught. People who know my story are divided. Some say Gabriella and Lucia deserve life in prison for such calculated attempted murder of their father. Others think the 20 to 25-year sentences are excessive given they're my daughters, and they'll miss their entire prime years imprisoned, that some form of lesser punishment would have been more appropriate for family members. But my oncologist who discovered the sabotage says they deserve every year they received and more. He says deliberately denying someone cancer treatment for 6 months while making them believe they're being treated is medical torture. That watching your daughters orchestrate your death through disease progression while pretending to care for you is psychological cruelty beyond measure. He says the fact that their plan will likely succeed despite being caught, that I'll probably die from the cancer they ensured went untreated, makes their crime even more heinous. I'm 51 now, undergoing chemotherapy for stage 4 cancer that would have been stage 3 and treatable if my daughters hadn't denied me treatment for 6 months. Gabriella and Lucia are in prison for attempted murder and will be there for decades. But I'll likely be dead within 2 years from the disease they weaponized, and they'll eventually be released to live the rest of their lives while I'm in the ground from the cancer they ensured killed me. Was I justified in pursuing prosecution that resulted in Gabriella and Lucia receiving 20 to 25 years for denying me cancer treatment to accelerate my death? Or should I have shown mercy to my daughters, despite them likely succeeding in killing me, even though they were caught. My entire family has been pretending my achievements don't exist to make my brother feel better. I'm 46 years old and just realized my family has been gaslighting me for decades. I have a younger brother, Kevin, who's 42. Growing up, Kevin struggled academically and socially while I excelled. I got good grades, went to a top university on scholarship, built a successful career as a civil engineer. Kevin barely graduated high school, bounced between jobs, still lives with our parents at 42. Our parents always treated us equally, or so I thought. They came to my graduations, celebrated my promotions, seemed proud of me. But looking back now, there was always something off. My achievements were acknowledged briefly, then the conversation would shift. Meanwhile, when Kevin got a new job or even just completed a basic task, it was celebrated extensively. Last month, my daughter Emma, 18, was going through old family photos for a school project about family history. She asked me why there were barely any pictures of my college graduation or my wedding. I told her I didn't know. Maybe they got lost over the years. She showed me albums full of Kevin's high school graduation, his various jobs, his apartment warming parties, hundreds of photos. My university graduation had 3 photos total, and I wasn't centered in any of them. Emma kept digging because she was curious. She asked my mom about family stories to include in her project. My mom spent an hour talking about Kevin's various accomplishments and struggles. Emma asked about my career, and my mom gave vague responses. Said I'd done well for myself, but didn't elaborate. When Emma pressed for specific stories, my mom said she couldn't remember details. This bothered Emma enough that she called my sister Rachel, 44, to ask her. Rachel apparently didn't realize Emma was recording the conversation for her oral history project. Rachel told Emma that the family had made an unspoken agreement years ago not to make a big deal about my success because it made Kevin feel bad about himself. That I'd always been the golden child and Kevin needed support and attention more than I did. Emma brought me the recording yesterday. I listened to my sister explain how they'd deliberately minimized my achievements my entire adult life. How my parents had been told by a therapist when we were kids that Kevin had self-esteem issues and they needed to avoid comparisons. Apparently, that advice morphed into pretending I barely existed whenever Kevin was around. Rachel told Emma that I'd understand, that I was successful enough not to need validation from family, that Kevin was fragile, and family gatherings had to be managed carefully to keep him from feeling inferior. She said they'd all agreed it was kinder this way. I sat in my kitchen listening to this recording 3 times, my sister casually explaining how my entire family conspired to erase me to protect my 42-year-old brother's feelings. Emma was furious on my behalf. I was just numb. I started thinking about specific incidents. My engineering award that I'd won 5 years ago. I'd told the family about it, and my dad changed the subject to Kevin's new delivery driver job within 30 seconds. My promotion to senior engineer. My mother said that was nice, and immediately asked Kevin about his weekend plans. When my son graduated high school with honors 2 years ago, my parents came, but spent most of the dinner talking about Kevin's struggles with his landlord. At my 20th wedding anniversary party, Kevin showed up late, and my parents spent the rest of the evening focused on him because he seemed down. Every single major event in my life had been overshadowed or minimized, and apparently it was all intentional. I didn't go to Sunday dinner at my parents' house last week. First time I'd missed it in probably 5 years. My mom called asking if I was okay. I told her I needed some space to think about things. She asked what things. I said I'd explain when I was ready. Kevin called next, said Mom was worried about me and asking him if we'd had a fight. I told him we hadn't had a fight, that I just had some things to process. He said I was being dramatic, and Mom didn't need stress right now. That comment irritated me more than it should have. Mom didn't need stress, but my feelings apparently didn't matter. Rachel called Tuesday evening. She'd figured out that Emma had played me the recording. She said I was taking things out of context, that the family dynamic was complicated, and I didn't understand how hard it had been for Kevin growing up in my shadow. I asked her how hard it had been for me growing up with a family that pretended I didn't accomplish anything. She said that wasn't fair. They'd always been proud of me. I asked her to name one specific time in the last decade they'd celebrated something I'd done without immediately pivoting to Kevin. She couldn't. She got frustrated and said I was being selfish, that I had everything and Kevin had nothing. So why did I need validation from them too? I told her that wasn't how families work, that supporting one child doesn't require erasing the other. She said I was making it about me when Kevin was the one who actually needed help. Then she said I'd always been self-centered and this proved it. I hung up. My dad called Wednesday. He'd heard I was upset and wanted to talk. He came over and we sat in my living room. I asked him directly if the family had been deliberately minimizing my achievements for Kevin's sake. He admitted they had, but said it started with good intentions. That Kevin had attempted suicide when he was 19 after a particularly bad period of comparing himself to me. I didn't know about the suicide attempt. Dad said they'd kept it from me because I was away at university and they didn't want to burden me. After that, the therapist had suggested reducing comparisons and making sure Kevin felt valued. Somehow, that advice had evolved into pretending I barely existed whenever Kevin was present. Dad said it had gone on so long it became habit. That they weren't trying to hurt me, they just got used to managing Kevin's feelings and forgot to consider mine. He apologized, but also said I should understand they were trying to keep Kevin alive, that my success was secure and Kevin's mental health was fragile. I asked him if he realized what he was saying, that my brother's feelings mattered more than mine, that I was supposed to accept being erased because I was successful enough not to need my family's acknowledgement. Dad looked uncomfortable but said, "When you put it that way, it sounded bad, but it wasn't that simple." I told him it was exactly that simple, that they'd made a choice to sacrifice their relationship with me to protect Kevin from his own insecurity. Dad said I was being reductive. I asked him to leave. Emma has been amazing through this. She's been going through old family videos and photos documenting the pattern. Every family event where I was ignored or minimized. Every achievement of mine that was met with brief acknowledgement and subject changes. Every time Kevin was centered in conversations, even when the event was supposed to be about me. My wife Janet said she'd noticed years ago, but thought it was just family dynamics. That every family has its quirks. She didn't realize it was deliberate erasure. She's been furious since she found out, saying she wishes she'd said something sooner. My son Matt, 23, called yesterday. He'd talked to Emma about what was happening. He said he'd always wondered why Grandma and Grandpa didn't seem that interested in our lives, but were obsessed with Uncle Kevin. Now it made sense. He asked if I wanted him to say something to them. I told him no, that this was mine to handle. I've decided to stop attending family gatherings. It's been 3 weeks, and the calls have intensified. My mother is upset, saying I'm tearing the family apart over nothing. I sent her a detailed email with specific examples from the past 20 years of them erasing my achievements. She responded that I was being overdramatic and holding grudges. Kevin finally called me directly last night. He'd been avoiding me since this started. He said he didn't ask them to do any of this, that he didn't even realize they were doing it. I asked him if he really never noticed that every conversation about me got redirected to him within minutes. He said he thought that was just because he needed more support. I asked him if he thought it was healthy that at 42 years old, his family still needed to protect him from knowing his brother was successful. He got defensive, said his mental health issues were real and I was being insensitive. I told him using mental health as an excuse to never take responsibility for anything was exactly why he was still living with our parents at 42. That was harsh, and I regretted it immediately. But I was also tired of being told my feelings didn't matter because Kevin was fragile. Kevin said I'd always looked down on him, and this proved it. I said I'd never look down on him until I realized the entire family had been erasing me to make him feel better about himself. He hung up. Rachel texted me saying I'd gone too far, that Kevin was having a breakdown and it was my fault. I didn't respond. My parents came to my house yesterday. They want to fix this. My dad said they'd be more mindful going forward, that they'd make an effort to acknowledge my achievements publicly. My mom said she didn't realize I'd felt overlooked and she was sorry. I told them it wasn't about being more mindful. It was about 25 years of deliberate erasure that they'd all participated in and nobody thought to tell me about. My mom started crying, saying I was her son and she loved me. I said if she loved me, she wouldn't have spent decades pretending I barely existed to spare Kevin's feelings. Dad asked what I wanted from them. I said I wanted them to admit that what they did was wrong, not just that they'd be better in the future. That I wanted them to acknowledge they'd sacrificed me for Kevin's comfort and that it wasn't okay. Mom said they'd already apologized and I was being unreasonable. I asked them to leave. Mom said I was breaking her heart. I told her she'd broken mine years ago. I was just finding out about it now. Emma's college decision is coming up. She got into several good schools. My parents have been asking about which one she'll choose. She told them yesterday that they're not invited to her graduation because she doesn't want people there who think achievements don't matter. My mother was devastated. Rachel called saying I'd turned my daughter against the family. I said I didn't turn Emma against anyone. She saw the evidence and drew her own conclusions. That maybe if they'd spent the last 18 years treating me like I mattered, Emma would have different opinions about them. My wife's family has been great. They've always celebrated my achievements genuinely. I've been spending more time with them and less time dealing with my own family's drama. It's been peaceful. Kevin sent me a long text message last night. He said he'd been thinking about everything, and he realized some of what I said was true. That he'd gotten used to being the center of attention and never questioned why. That he'd liked being the focus and hadn't thought about what that meant for me. He said he was sorry and he wanted to work on things. It's the closest anyone in my family has come to a real apology. I don't know if it's enough or what I even want anymore. Part of me wants to believe he means it. Part of me thinks this is just more management of Kevin's feelings, and he'll go back to normal once the tension dies down. I'm 46 years old and I'm tired of being invisible to make someone else comfortable. I don't know if my family can change, or if I even want to give them the chance. Some relationships, once you see them clearly, can't be unseen. But I do know that I'm done minimizing myself for anyone's comfort, family or not. My husband and our adult children staged an intervention about my spending problem, but I know what this is really about. I, 47, have been married to my husband, Derek, 50, for 23 years. We have 3 kids, Marcus, 22, Olivia, 20, and Tyler, 18. Last Thursday, I came home from work to find all of them sitting in our living room with serious faces. Derek patted the couch cushion next to him and said we needed to talk about my finances. I should mention that I've always handled my own money. I work as a hospital administrator and make decent money, around $85K a year. Derek makes significantly more as an engineer, probably close to $140K. We've always kept our finances mostly separate, except for joint household expenses. It's worked fine for over 2 decades. So when Derek started pulling out printed bank statements from my personal account, my stomach dropped. Not because of what was on them, but because he had access to them at all. He laid them out on the coffee table like evidence at a crime scene. The kids were nodding along as he pointed to various transactions. Shopping at Nordstrom, my monthly spa membership, dinners out with my sister, a weekend trip to wine country with my college friends. Marcus jumped in talking about how I need to think about their future and stop being selfish. Olivia, who I helped pay for her entire sorority experience, by the way, said she's worried about my retirement. Tyler, my baby, just sat there looking uncomfortable but didn't say anything to defend me. Derek's big finish was that I've spent over $30,000 in the past year on unnecessary purchases, and that I need to agree to give him full visibility into my accounts and run major purchases by him first. For my own good, he said. Here's what they don't know I know. 3 months ago, I was looking for our insurance paperwork in Derek's office and found a folder labeled Lake Property. Inside were documents for a cabin purchase, emails with a realtor, inspection reports. The closing date was set for next month. Price tag, $280K. My name wasn't on a single document. When I asked Derek about major purchases that evening, playing dumb, he said we couldn't afford anything big right now, said we needed to be more careful with money. This was the same week he held his intervention about my Nordstrom habit. I didn't confront him then because I wanted to see how far this would go. Turns out, pretty far. He's been pulling the kids into this narrative that I'm financially irresponsible while he's secretly buying a second property without telling his wife. I found out from his emails that he's been planning this for over a year, saving money by being careful with our joint account, while I contributed my fair share to all our household bills. The intervention ended with Derek saying I had until this weekend to give him my account login information. I smiled and said I needed time to think about it. Marcus called me stubborn. Olivia said I was being difficult. I've spent the last 3 days moving money around and making some calls. Derek thinks he's been so clever, but I've been married to him for 23 years. I know exactly how he thinks. You're absolutely right. Let me continue with parts 2 and 3 of the story. I gave Derek my login information on Sunday just like he asked. He seemed surprised I agreed so easily. I watched him write down my username and password, and he actually looked relieved. He told me this was a good first step toward financial responsibility. Marcus texted me later saying he was proud of me for being mature about it. What Derek logged into was an account I opened on Friday. I transferred exactly $3,247 into it, roughly what I spend monthly on personal expenses. My real accounts, the ones with 23 years of careful saving, he knows nothing about. Turns out keeping finances separate works both ways. I spent Monday calling a real estate attorney. Found out that in our state, using marital funds for a major asset purchase without spousal consent is a big problem, especially when you're actively hiding it. The cabin Derek bought is considered marital property, regardless of whose name is on the deed, since he used money earned during our marriage. My attorney seemed very interested in those emails I found. Tuesday, I had lunch with each of my kids separately. I showed them the lake property documents. Olivia's face went pale. She kept saying there had to be an explanation. Marcus got defensive, said maybe Dad was planning to surprise me. I asked him if staging an intervention about my spending while secretly buying a cabin seemed like surprise party behavior. He didn't have an answer. Tyler was the only one who got angry on my behalf. He said he felt manipulated and asked why I didn't tell them during the intervention. I explained I wanted to see if any of them would question their father's version of events first. That hurt him, I could tell. Wednesday evening, Derek asked to see my account. He logged in and started praising me for only spending $200 since our talk. Said he was glad I was finally taking our financial future seriously. I asked him if he thought $280K for a lake cabin was taking our financial future seriously. The color drained from his face. He immediately started explaining it was going to be an investment property, something for the kids to inherit, that he was going to tell me after it was finalized. I asked why he needed to check my Nordstrom purchases if we had $280K lying around. He said that was different. I asked him how. He couldn't answer. Instead, he got angry, said I had been snooping through his private papers. I reminded him he literally printed out my bank statements without permission. He said that was different too. Everything was different when he did it. Marcus called that night, saying I was overreacting and tearing the family apart. Olivia cried and said she didn't want to pick sides. Tyler said he'd stay with his girlfriend's family for a while because he couldn't handle the tension. Derek's been sleeping in the guest room since Wednesday. He keeps trying to talk to me, but I have nothing to say to him yet. It's been 2 weeks. The cabin closing got delayed because Derek's suddenly having trouble with the financing. Funny how that works when your spouse's attorney contacts the mortgage company about fraudulent applications. I haven't filed anything yet. My lawyers drafted papers, but they're sitting in my desk drawer. Some days I want to serve him immediately. Other days I remember 23 years of mostly good memories and wonder if I'm throwing away a marriage over money and pride. Marcus won't speak to me. He thinks I'm punishing Dad for trying to secure our family's future. I tried explaining that partnerships require honesty, but he just repeated Derek's talking points about investments and my irresponsible spending. It's like talking to a wall. Olivia comes by sometimes. She doesn't say much, just sits in the kitchen while I make coffee. Last week she asked if I ever really loved Dad. The question broke my heart. I told her I loved who I thought he was. Tyler moved back home 3 days ago. He knocked on my bedroom door and asked if we could talk. He said he'd been thinking about all the times Dad made comments about my purchases over the years, how he'd sigh when I came home with shopping bags, or roll his eyes when I mentioned spa days with friends. Tyler said he never noticed the pattern until now, how Dad was always positioning himself as the responsible one and me as the frivolous spender. Even though I paid for half of everything and never once questioned Derek's golf membership or his expensive scotch collection or his yearly hunting trips with his brothers. Derek tried apologizing last night. He said the cabin was supposed to be a surprise anniversary gift, and he panicked when I found out. I asked him why the gift wasn't in my name. He didn't have an answer. Then he said if I'm this unhappy, maybe we should think about counseling. I told him I've been thinking about a lot of things. The money I moved is safe. I have my own accounts he never knew existed because I learned from watching my mother's divorce. Always keep something separate, she told me, just in case. I never thought I'd need it. My attorney says I have a strong case if I want to proceed. Derek's financial deception, the manipulation of the kids, using marital funds without consent. But strong cases don't make broken families whole again. I keep thinking about that intervention, how my own children sat there and called me selfish, how easily they believed their father's narrative without asking for my side. Derek taught them that, whether he meant to or not. I don't know what happens next. Some mornings I wake up ready to start over alone. Other mornings I wonder if 23 years deserves another chance. Derek keeps asking what I want from him. Honestly, I just want to know if the man I married ever really existed, or if I've been sharing a bed with a stranger who got really good at playing a part. My in-laws convinced my kids I abandoned them, and I just found out after 12 years. 53 years old, and I'm just now learning the truth about why my children hate me. I have 3 kids, or had 3 kids in my life. David, 28, Sarah, 25, and Emily, 23. Their mother, my ex-wife Karen, passed away 8 years ago from cancer. We'd been divorced for 4 years when she died. My relationship with the kids has been non-existent since the divorce. I always thought it was because they blamed me for leaving their mother. Turns out the real story is much worse. Karen and I divorced when I was 41. It wasn't an easy decision. We'd grown apart over the years, and she'd developed a serious drinking problem that she refused to address. I tried to get her into treatment multiple times. She'd promised to quit, and then I'd find bottles hidden around the house. It affected the kids. They'd come home from school to find her passed out on the couch. I'd get calls from neighbors saying she was causing scenes in the yard. The final straw was when she drove drunk with Emily in the car. Emily was 11. Karen ran a red light and got pulled over. I filed for divorce the next week and fought for primary custody. The court agreed, given Karen's DUI with a minor in the vehicle. I got the kids during the week. Karen got supervised weekends once she completed a program. Within 6 months, the kids started asking to stay with Karen more. Said they missed her, that I was being too strict. I thought it was normal divorce adjustment stuff. By the end of the first year, they barely spoke to me. Would stay in their rooms when they were at my place. started refusing to come for my scheduled time. David turned 18 and moved in with Karen full-time. Sarah and Emily followed as soon as they could. After Karen died, I reached out to reconcile. Went to the funeral. The kids wouldn't look at me. I tried calling, texting, showing up at their apartments. Nothing. David told me I'd made my choice when I abandoned them, and now they were making theirs. I spent years trying to understand what I'd done wrong beyond divorcing their mother. Last month, I ran into Karen's sister Patricia at a grocery store. We'd never been close, but she stopped me and said she needed to tell me something. We sat in her car for an hour while she explained what had really happened. Karen's parents, Linda and Robert, had spent the entire divorce telling the kids that I'd abandoned the family, that I'd left because I didn't love them anymore, that I'd forced Karen out of their lives and was trying to erase her. They told the kids I was planning to move away and start a new family. None of it was true. Patricia said she'd only recently learned the extent of it from some old letters Linda had written to Karen. The supervised visits weren't because of Karen's drinking, according to what the kids were told. Linda and Robert said I'd manipulated the court, that their mother was perfectly fine, and I'd lied to judges to steal custody. They said I was poisoning the kids against Karen, and that's why she seemed sad all the time. Patricia said she'd stayed quiet because she didn't want to go against her sister while Karen was alive. But after Karen died, Linda and Robert kept the lies going. Told the kids their mother had died broken-hearted because I'd destroyed the family. The kids grew up believing I was a monster who'd abandoned them and driven their mother to an early grave. After Patricia told me everything, I sat in my car outside the grocery store for 2 hours. 12 years of estrangement suddenly made sense. My kids hadn't rejected me because I divorced their mother. They'd rejected me because they'd been systematically lied to about who I was and what had happened. I asked Patricia why she was telling me now. She said Linda had recently been diagnosed with dementia and was in a care facility. Robert had died 3 years ago. Patricia found boxes of Karen's belongings at their house while cleaning it out. In those boxes were letters between Karen and her mother detailing the plan to turn the kids against me, emails about what to tell them, notes about keeping stories consistent. Karen had been in on it. Even while she was sick, even knowing she was dying, she'd maintained the lies. Patricia showed me photos of some of the letters on her phone. One from Karen to Linda said the kids were starting to ask questions about the custody arrangement, and they needed to be more careful about making me look like the villain without being too obvious. I felt sick reading them. My ex-wife and her parents had conspired to erase me from my children's lives, and they'd succeeded. Patricia gave me copies of everything, said she thought I deserved to know the truth and maybe my kids did too. I asked her if she really thought they'd believe me after 12 years. She said she didn't know, but that they deserved to make an informed choice about their relationship with me, instead of one based on lies. I spent a week trying to figure out what to do. Part of me wanted to send everything to the kids immediately. Part of me worried it would make things worse. They'd grown up with a specific narrative about their family and their parents. Finding out their mother and grandparents had lied to them might be more than they could handle. I finally decided to reach out to David first, since he's the oldest. Sent him an email asking if we could meet. Said I had information about the divorce and custody situation that he deserved to know. He responded 3 days later, saying he wasn't interested in my excuses or revisionist history. I replied with one of the letters attached, the one where Karen explicitly wrote about making sure the kids believed I'd abandoned them. Told him there were more documents if he wanted to see them. That I wasn't asking him to forgive me or have a relationship, just to know the actual truth about what happened. He didn't respond for a week. Then he showed up at my house at 9 at night, just stood on my porch, asking if what was in that letter was real. I invited him in and showed him everything. The court documents about Karen's DUI with Emily in the car. The custody evaluation that recommended I get primary placement. The supervised visit orders because of Karen's substance abuse. All the things he'd never been told. David sat at my kitchen table reading through documents for over an hour. He kept asking why. Why would his mother do this? Why would his grandparents do this? I told him I'd been asking myself the same thing for 12 years. He said Emily had been in therapy for years dealing with abandonment issues, that Sarah had trust problems with men because of me, that he'd struggled with his own relationships because he'd learned from his parents' marriage that fathers leave when things get hard. All of it built on lies. I asked if he wanted to tell his sisters, or if he wanted me to. He said he needed time to process everything first, that he wasn't sure what to do with this information. He left around midnight without saying much else. It's been 6 weeks since I showed David the documents. He's been coming by once a week, usually late at night. We don't talk much. He asks questions about specific events from their childhood, and I tell him what really happened versus what he was told happened. It's slow and painful, but it's something. 3 weeks ago, David told Sarah and Emily. He said he couldn't keep carrying this information alone, and they deserved to know. Sarah called me the next day, screaming that I was trying to destroy their memory of their mother, that even if the documents were real, I was cruel for showing them. She said, some things can't be forgiven, and I should have let the past stay buried. She hasn't contacted me since. Emily asked to meet last week. We had coffee at a place near her apartment. She's the one who was in the car during Karen's DUI, though she doesn't remember it. She was only 11. I showed her the police report, the CPS investigation documents, the evaluations from the counselor she'd seen afterward, who'd noted she was traumatized by the incident. She asked why no one ever told her the truth. I said I'd wanted to, but by the time she was old enough to understand, she wasn't speaking to me anymore. She cried and said she'd spent years angry at me for leaving, and now she didn't know what to feel. That her entire understanding of her childhood was wrong, and she didn't know how to process that. Emily asked about Karen's drinking, if it was really as bad as the documents suggested. I told her some of the things that had happened, coming home to find her passed out, finding her trying to drive to pick them up from school, the intervention attempts. Emily said she had vague memories of things, but Grandma Linda had always explained them away as Mom being tired or sick with the flu. She asked if I'd loved Karen. I told her I had, very much, but that loving someone doesn't mean you can fix them or stay in a situation that's hurting your children. Emily said she wished someone had told her that years ago. David's been distant lately, still comes by but doesn't ask as many questions. Last night he told me he's been angry, not at me anymore, but at Karen and his grandparents. Said he doesn't know what to do with that anger since most of them are dead. Can't confront them or get answers, or make them explain why they did this. I told him I'd been living with that same anger for 12 years. That I'd lost my relationship with my children because people who were supposed to care about them decided revenge against me was more important than the kids' well-being. David asked if I blamed Karen. I said I blamed all of them, but mostly I blamed myself for not fighting harder, for accepting the kids' rejection instead of forcing the truth on them earlier. He said I couldn't have known they'd been lied to. I said I should have known something wasn't adding up. Sarah sent me a long email 2 days ago. She said she'd been thinking about everything, and she needed space from all of it. That she couldn't handle the idea that Mom had lied to them, and she needed to believe there was some explanation that made sense. Said she wasn't ready to see me or talk to me, but maybe someday. That she was sorry for the things she'd said, but she meant them at the time. Patricia called to check on me, ask how the kids were handling everything. I told her it was complicated. She said Linda had been asking for her grandchildren at the care facility, that she didn't remember the lies or the letters or what she'd done. Patricia asked if I thought the kids should visit her. I said that wasn't my decision to make anymore. Emily came by yesterday with photo albums from her childhood, said she was going through them trying to figure out what was real and what was rewritten in her memory. We went through them together. She'd point at pictures and I'd tell her what I actually remembered from that day versus the story she'd been told. There was one photo from David's 8th birthday party. Emily said Grandma Linda had told them I'd refused to come, that I'd chosen work over my own son's birthday. I told her the truth. Karen had scheduled it on a weekend I was supposed to have the kids, and when I showed up, she wouldn't let me in the house. Said I wasn't welcome at her parties. I'd sat in my car outside watching through the window. Emily started crying. Said there were probably hundreds of moments like that. Times they'd believed I didn't care when I'd actually been locked out. I don't know what happens next. David's processing. Sarah's avoiding. Emily's trying to piece together a new version of her childhood. And I'm sitting here wondering if knowing the truth makes anything better, or if it just trades one kind of pain for another. My kids lost 12 years with their father because their mother and grandparents decided that punishing me was worth sacrificing their relationship with me. Even now, knowing the truth, I don't know if we can build anything real. Too much time has passed. Too much damage was done. But at least now they know I never abandoned them, that I fought for them and lost, not because I didn't care, but because I was fighting people who were willing to destroy me in their eyes to win. Is that enough? I don't know. But it's more than I had 6 weeks ago. Part of me wants to be angry at Patricia for waiting so long to tell me. Another part is just grateful she told me at all. Most of me is just tired and sad about everything my kids and I lost that we'll never get back. My sister hired actors to pose as CPS and take my kids so she could buy my house in foreclosure. Getting a knock on your door from Child Protective Services telling you your children are being removed immediately creates a panic that obliterates all rational thought. I'm Marcus, 44, a single father raising my 2 daughters, Sophia, 11, and Maya, 9, after my wife died from complications during Maya's birth. 3 months ago, 2 people showed up at my house with official-looking badges, identifying themselves as CPS investigators Sarah Chen and Michael Rodriguez. They said they'd received multiple reports of severe neglect and abuse, and they had a court order to remove my daughters immediately, pending investigation. I was blindsided and terrified. I demanded to see the court order, and they showed me official-looking documents with a judge's signature authorizing emergency removal based on allegations that my children were malnourished, living in filthy conditions, and showing signs of physical abuse. None of this was remotely true. My daughters were healthy, well cared for, and thriving in school. But the investigators were professional and firm, saying they understood this was upsetting, but they had legal authority, and I could contest the removal through the court system. Sophia and Maya were crying and clinging to me as these strangers tried to take them. The investigators said resistance would only make things harder and could result in additional charges against me. They allowed me to pack bags for the girls with clothes and comfort items, and they assured me this was temporary while they investigated the allegations. They said I'd be contacted within 48 hours about when I could see my daughters and how to begin the process of getting them back. The investigators took my daughters, put them in an unmarked sedan, and drove away while I stood in my driveway in shock. I immediately called my attorney, but it was late Friday afternoon and he didn't answer. I left frantic voicemails explaining CPS had taken my children. I tried calling the phone number on the business cards the investigators had given me, but it went to a generic voicemail. I didn't know what else to do except wait in agony for information about where my daughters were and when I could see them. That weekend was the longest of my life. I couldn't reach my attorney until Monday morning, and when I finally got him on the phone and explained what happened, there was a long pause before he said something that made my blood run cold. There was no CPS case filed against me in any court. He'd checked all the databases and contacted the county CPS office, and they had no record of any investigation involving my family or any removal of my children. My attorney said we needed to call the police immediately, because if CPS hadn't actually taken my daughters, then someone had kidnapped them while impersonating government officials. We contacted law enforcement and reported the abduction, providing descriptions of the fake investigators and their vehicle. The police took the report seriously. Impersonating CPS to kidnap children is a federal crime that triggers immediate multi-agency response. The investigation moved quickly because the investigators had left physical evidence, the business cards and the fake court documents. The business cards had phone numbers that traced to burner phones, but the court documents were forgeries that could be analyzed. More importantly, my neighbor had doorbell camera footage showing the entire incident, including clear images of the fake investigators and their vehicle license plate. Within 24 hours, police had tracked the vehicle to a rental car that had been leased using a credit card belonging to my sister Victoria, 48. I was stunned. Why would my sister be involved in kidnapping my daughters? Police brought Victoria in for questioning, and under pressure, she admitted what she'd done. But her justification was even more shocking than the crime itself. Victoria confessed she'd hired actors to pose as CPS investigators and take my daughters as part of an elaborate scheme to force me into financial crisis so she could buy my house. I'd been struggling financially since my wife's death, raising 2 daughters alone on a teacher's salary while managing a mortgage and all household expenses had left me barely scraping by. I'd missed a few mortgage payments and was facing potential foreclosure, but I'd been working with the bank on a modification plan to keep the house. Victoria had apparently decided she wanted my house, which was in a neighborhood that had appreciated significantly and was now worth about $750,000, while I still owed only $320,000 on the mortgage. Her plan was horrifying in its calculation. By having my daughters removed by CPS, she'd create a crisis that would make me unable to work or focus on finances. She'd expected me to miss more mortgage payments during the chaos of trying to get my children back, pushing the house into foreclosure. Then she'd planned to buy it at the foreclosure auction for a fraction of its value. But it was even worse than that. Victoria admitted she'd also been the one filing the false CPS reports that the fake investigators had claimed to be investigating. For months, she'd been anonymously calling CPS with fabricated allegations of neglect and abuse, trying to create an actual case file that would justify real removal of my daughters. When CPS had investigated and found the reports were baseless, Victoria had escalated to hiring actors to fake the removal, figuring she could keep my daughters hidden for a few weeks while I spiraled financially and emotionally. The actors she'd hired had been keeping Sophia and Maya at a rental property Victoria had leased under a fake name. The girls had been told their father was sick and they needed to stay with temporary guardians for a little while. Victoria had paid the actors $15,000 to maintain this charade for up to a month, after which she'd expected my house would be in foreclosure, and she'd arranged for the girls to be found and returned to me after I'd lost everything. My daughters were recovered physically unharmed, but psychologically traumatized. They'd been terrified during the fake CPS removal, confused about why they'd been taken from me, and scared during their days with strangers who they'd been told were temporary guardians. Sophia, at 11, had suspected something was wrong and had been trying to figure out how to contact me or escape. Maya, at 9, had been crying for me constantly, and the actors had been struggling to manage her distress. Victoria was arrested and charged with kidnapping, conspiracy to kidnap, impersonating government officials, filing false reports, fraud, and child endangerment. The 2 actors she'd hired were also arrested and charged as accomplices. The evidence was overwhelming: rental agreements in Victoria's name, payment records showing her paying the actors, phone records of her coordinating the scheme, and her own confession detailing the plan to force foreclosure on my house. The criminal trial was emotionally devastating. I had to testify about the horror of having my daughters taken by people I believed were CPS, about the weekend I'd spent not knowing where they were or if they were safe, about the psychological impact on Sophia and Maya of being kidnapped and held by strangers. The prosecutor showed the jury doorbell camera footage of my daughters crying and begging not to be taken, contrasted with Victoria's cold calculation in planning the scheme to steal my house. Victoria was convicted on all counts. The judge sentenced her to 22 years in federal prison, noting that Victoria had kidnapped her own nieces and traumatized them for the purpose of real estate fraud. The judge said the combination of family betrayal, child endangerment, and impersonating government officials warranted the harshest sentence available. The judge was particularly disturbed that Victoria had been willing to keep the girls hidden for weeks while watching me suffer, all to save money buying my house at foreclosure. The actors Victoria hired received sentences of 8 and 10 years respectively for their roles in the kidnapping. Both claimed they'd believed Victoria's story that she was helping rescue the children from a neglectful father, but prosecutors proved they'd known the CPS credentials were fake and had still participated in taking children from their home under false pretenses. But the damage to my daughters and my life couldn't be fixed by prison sentences. Sophia and Maya both developed severe anxiety and attachment issues from being kidnapped by people impersonating authorities. They're terrified of unexpected visitors, have nightmares about being taken away again, and struggle to feel safe even in our own home. Both are in intensive trauma therapy, but their therapist says recovering from this kind of betrayal and violation will take years. My relationship with Sophia has been particularly affected. She'd trusted the official-looking credentials and court documents the fake investigators showed, and now, at 11, she's grappling with the reality that adults can completely fabricate authority and documents. She questions everything now, has difficulty trusting any officials or authorities, and struggles with the knowledge that her own aunt orchestrated her kidnapping. The betrayal by family has damaged her ability to trust generally. Maya, at 9, doesn't fully understand why Aunt Victoria had strangers take them away. She knows Aunt Victoria did something very bad and is in prison, but the complexity of the real estate fraud motive is beyond her comprehension. Her therapist says Maya may develop more complex understanding and additional trauma responses as she gets older and can better grasp what was done to her and why. My financial situation actually worsened despite Victoria's plan failing. The week my daughters were missing, I couldn't work and did miss mortgage payments. Legal fees for the criminal case and therapy costs for the girls have strained my already tight budget. I've managed to keep the house through the loan modification, but it's been precarious. Ironically, Victoria's scheme to force me into foreclosure nearly succeeded through the chaos it created, even though she's in prison and can't buy the house. Victoria's husband divorced her immediately after her arrest, saying he'd known nothing about the kidnapping scheme and was horrified by what she'd done. Their own children, my nieces, ages 16 and 14, are devastated and have been placed with their father, who got full custody. These girls lost their mother to prison and are dealing with the knowledge that she kidnapped their cousins for money. Family gatherings that used to include Victoria's family are now impossible and awkward. Some extended family members think I was too harsh in pursuing maximum prosecution that resulted in Victoria receiving 22 years in prison. They say yes, she made terrible choices, but that she's family, and 22 years is essentially a life sentence that will mean she misses her own children's entire adolescence and young adulthood. They suggest I could have shown mercy and advocated for a plea deal with less prison time, given we're siblings. But my attorney, and anyone who understands the full scope of what Victoria did, says she deserves every year of that sentence. She didn't just commit fraud. She hired people to impersonate CPS, traumatized 2 young girls by having them forcibly removed from their father, kept them hidden with strangers for days, filed false abuse reports for months, all to manipulate her brother into losing his house so she could buy it cheap. The premeditation, the child endangerment, and the family betrayal made this case particularly heinous. My daughter's therapist says Victoria's actions will have lifelong impact on Sophia and Maya's psychological development and ability to trust. The therapist supported my decision to pursue maximum prosecution, saying Victoria needed to face full consequences for deliberately traumatizing children for financial gain. The therapist said showing mercy to someone who'd orchestrated such calculated harm would send confusing messages to the girls about accountability and their own worth. I'm 45 now, still in the house Victoria tried to steal, raising two daughters who are slowly healing from being kidnapped by their aunt's hired actors. Victoria is in federal prison and will be nearly 70 when she's released. Her daughters, my nieces, have limited contact with her and are angry at what she did to our family. The relationship between my daughters and their cousins is strained because it's too painful a reminder of what happened. Sophia recently asked me why Aunt Victoria wanted our house so badly that she'd have strangers take them away. I struggled to explain adult greed and real estate values to an 11-year-old traumatized by her aunt's scheme. How do you tell a child that their aunt valued property appreciation over their well-being? Some betrayals are too cruel and senseless to make sense of, even for adults. People say I should work toward forgiveness for Victoria, that she's family, and carrying anger will only hurt me and my daughters. But I'm not carrying anger. I'm carrying accurate understanding of what she did. She hired actors to impersonate government officials, had my crying daughters forcibly removed from me, kept them hidden with strangers, all to force my house into foreclosure so she could buy it for $400,000 less than market value. That deserves 22 years in prison, not forgiveness. Was I justified in pursuing prosecution that resulted in Victoria receiving 22 years for orchestrating my daughter's kidnapping to steal my house through foreclosure? Or should I have advocated for leniency, given we're siblings, and her own children are suffering, with her imprisoned? My son and daughter-in-law have been scamming me, and I just found the proof. I'm 56 years old and worked as a nurse for 32 years before I retired early last year due to a back injury. My son James, 31, and his wife Melissa, 29, have 2 kids, my grandchildren, Aiden, 6, and Chloe, 4. They live about 20 minutes from me. I thought we had a close relationship. I babysat twice a week, attended every school event, helped with grocery runs when they needed it. 2 years ago, James came to me with a problem. He said they were struggling financially. Melissa had just gone back to work after Chloe was born, but daycare was expensive. Their mortgage payment had increased. His car needed major repairs. He asked if I could loan them $5,000 just to get through a rough patch. I gave it to him that week. He promised to pay me back within 6 months. 6 months later, he asked for $3,000 more. Said Melissa's hours got cut and they were behind on bills. Then it was $4,000 for medical expenses when Aiden needed his tonsils out. Then another $6,000 when their water heater burst and flooded the basement. Over 2 years, I gave them nearly $30,000. I kept a notebook with dates and amounts. James always said he'd pay me back when things stabilized. Last month, I was at their house watching the kids while they went to a funeral for Melissa's coworker. Aiden spilled juice on the couch and I went to find cleaning supplies. Their office door was cracked open. I wasn't snooping, but I saw paperwork spread across the desk. Bank statements. I glanced at them without thinking. Their checking account had over $45,000 in it. I stood there staring at the number, trying to make sense of it. These were the same people who told me 3 months ago they couldn't afford to fix their fence and asked for $2,000. I took photos of the statements with my phone. I know that sounds bad, but I needed proof of what I was seeing. When I got home that night, I looked at the photos more carefully. There were regular deposits from both their jobs. Nothing about their finances suggested they were struggling. Their savings account had another $30,000. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I went through my notebook again. Nearly $30,000 over 2 years to people who already had more saved than I did. My retirement account took a significant hit from helping them. I'd been eating simple meals and skipping my usual vacation to Florida because I told myself, family comes first. James called me on Thursday asking if I could watch the kids on Saturday because they wanted to go to a concert. A concert. I asked him what concert and he said some band Melissa loved was playing downtown. Tickets were about $200 each, he mentioned casually. I told him I wasn't feeling well and couldn't babysit. I've been sitting with this information for 3 weeks now. Every time James texts me or Melissa sends photos of the grandkids, I feel sick. I don't know if I'm angrier about the money or about being treated like I'm stupid. I decided to test them. Last Tuesday, I called James and told him my water heater was making strange noises, and I was worried it might need replacing soon. I said I'd gotten a quote for about $4,000 and asked if he could possibly start paying back some of what I'd loaned him since I was on a fixed income now. There was silence on the phone. Then James said things were still really tight for them. He said Melissa's car was having issues and they were looking at a big repair bill. He promised he'd try to get me something by the end of the month, but couldn't guarantee the full amount I was asking for. Maybe $500 if they were lucky. I thanked him and hung up. Then I drove to their neighborhood and parked down the street from their house. I felt crazy doing it, but I needed to see for myself. Around 6 that evening, Melissa pulled into their driveway in a brand new SUV. Not new to them, brand new. Still had the temporary tags in the window. I went home and looked up the model. Base price was around $48,000. I sat in my kitchen trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a lease with low payments. Maybe someone gave them a loan. But I knew the truth. They had money. They'd always had money. Friday morning, I called a lawyer, explained the situation, and asked about my options. He said without a written agreement, it would be difficult to recover the money legally since I'd positioned the transactions as loans but had no formal documentation. He suggested small claims court for portions of it, but warned me that family cases get messy and expensive. Then he asked me if I'd given the money as gifts or loans. I said loans. He asked if I had anything in writing where James acknowledged they were loans. I didn't. Every conversation had been verbal. Every transaction was just a bank transfer with no formal agreement. The lawyer said I could try to get James to acknowledge the debt in writing, maybe through text or email, which would help my case. That weekend, I composed a detailed email to James. I listed every amount I'd given him, every date, every reason he'd provided. I wrote that I understood times had been hard, but now that I needed financial help myself, I hoped he could start making payments on the $30,000 loan. I kept the tone friendly and understanding. I hit send Sunday night. James called me Monday morning angry. He said I was putting him in an impossible position and making him feel guilty for accepting help from his own mother. He said he never thought I was keeping score. When I mentioned the bank statements I'd seen, he went quiet. Then he said I had no right to look at his private financial documents. I told him they were on his desk in plain sight, and I hadn't been snooping. Melissa got on the phone. She said I was being manipulative and using money to control them, that if I'd given them the money freely, I shouldn't expect it back. She said most grandparents help their children without strings attached. I asked her about the new SUV. She hung up on me. I haven't heard from them in 2 weeks. No calls, no texts, no photos of the grandkids. My neighbor mentioned she saw James's family at the park yesterday with Melissa's parents. They're freezing me out. Yesterday I received a letter from an attorney representing James and Melissa. It stated that all money I provided over the past 2 years was given as gifts, not loans, and that I have no legal claim to repayment. It also said that my recent behavior, including photographing their private financial documents without permission and making demands for money, constitutes harassment. They're requesting I cease all contact unless it relates directly to the grandchildren and is scheduled in advance. I showed the letter to my own attorney. He said it's a scare tactic but also a strategic move. By putting in writing that they consider the money gifts, they're establishing their position. He asked again if I had any written communication where James acknowledged owing me money. I went through 2 years of text messages. Every conversation about money was done over phone calls or in person. The only texts were James thanking me for my generosity or Melissa sending heart emojis after deposits. My attorney said I could pursue this, but it would cost more in legal fees than I'd likely recover, and it would definitely destroy my relationship with my son and access to my grandchildren. He asked me what I really wanted here. I didn't have an answer. I've been going through my finances trying to figure out my situation. The $30,000 I gave them was a significant portion of my savings. I'd planned to use that money to supplement my retirement income for years. Now I'm looking at a tighter budget than I anticipated. No more dinners out. No trips. I'll be fine, but I won't be comfortable. My daughter-in-law's sister reached out to me on Facebook. She said Melissa was telling everyone I'd become unstable and demanding, that I was trying to manipulate them by claiming gifts were loans. She said the family was concerned about my mental state. I didn't respond. Last week I saw James at the grocery store. He was with Aiden. My grandson saw me and started to run over, but James grabbed his hand and steered him down a different aisle. Aiden looked back at me confused. That moment hurt more than anything else in this entire situation. I've been thinking about what my attorney asked. What do I really want? I want my son to acknowledge what he did. I want him to admit they lied to me repeatedly, took advantage of my love for them and my grandchildren, and then tried to rewrite history when they got caught. I want an apology. But I don't think I'm going to get one. Instead, I'm the villain in their story. The bitter mother who gave money and then demanded it back. The grandmother who snooped through private paperwork. They've flipped the narrative so completely that I'm starting to wonder if other family members believe their version. My retirement was supposed to be peaceful. I was going to travel, spend time with my grandkids, maybe take up hobbies I never had time for during my nursing career. Instead, I'm sitting here at night calculating expenses and wondering if I can afford to replace my 15-year-old car when it eventually dies. I haven't decided whether to pursue this legally. Some days I want to fight. Other days I think about Aiden looking back at me in that grocery store, and I wonder if any amount of money is worth losing my grandchildren. James knows I won't push this. That's the worst part. He's betting on the fact that I love those kids too much to create a permanent rift. And he's probably right. My son has been draining my elderly mother's accounts and blaming it on her dementia. At 49, I never imagined I'd have to choose between my son and my mother. My mom, Patricia, is 76 and was diagnosed with early-stage dementia about 3 years ago. She's still fairly lucid most days, lives independently in her own house, manages okay with some help. My son Jason, 27, moved in with her 2 years ago after losing his job. Said he wanted to help take care of Grandma and save money on rent at the same time. I thought it was mature of him. I'm a single mom, raised Jason alone after his father left when he was 2. We've always been close, or I thought we were. I work as a nurse doing 12-hour shifts, so when Jason offered to stay with Mom and help her with appointments and daily tasks, it seemed perfect. I couldn't be there as much as I wanted due to my schedule. My mom started mentioning money problems about 6 months ago. Said her bank account seemed lower than it should be. I figured it was the dementia causing confusion. Jason assured me he was keeping track of her finances, that everything was fine. She was just forgetting about purchases she'd made. He showed me spreadsheets of her expenses. Groceries, medications, utility bills, home repairs. Everything looked reasonable. Then, Mom's bank called me 3 weeks ago. I'm listed as a backup contact on her accounts. They said there had been unusual activity, and they wanted to verify some large withdrawals. I told them I'd look into it and call back. When I checked with Jason, he said Mom had been taking out cash to give to a church ministry she'd become involved with. Said she was convinced she needed to donate to help build a new worship center. That didn't sound like my mother. She's been going to the same Methodist church for 40 years, and they're not building anything. I drove over there the next day when Jason was out. Sat down with Mom and asked her about the church donations. She had no idea what I was talking about. Said she hadn't been giving money to anyone. I logged into her bank account online, using the information she kept in her desk. Over the past 18 months, there had been withdrawals totaling nearly $87,000. Cash withdrawals, transfers to accounts I didn't recognize, checks written to various names. The dates matched up with periods when Jason would have been alone with her. I called Jason and asked him to come home so we could talk. When he arrived, I showed him the statements. Asked him to explain what was happening. He stuck to the church story at first. When I pushed, he admitted he'd taken some money, but said it was loans that he planned to pay back. Said Grandma had given him permission and understood it was temporary. I asked to see the loan agreements. He said they didn't have anything in writing because family doesn't need contracts. I told him $87,000 definitely needed a contract. He got defensive, said I was calling him a thief, that he'd been sacrificing 2 years of his life taking care of Grandma and deserved compensation. My mother was sitting right there listening to this. She looked at Jason and said she never gave him permission to take anything. Jason left the house that night and hasn't been back. He's been texting me saying I'm being unreasonable, that he did take care of Mom and the money was fair payment for his time. I told him caregivers don't pay themselves $87,000 without discussing it with anyone. He said if I involved the police, I'd be destroying his life over a misunderstanding. I spent the last 3 weeks going through every document I could find. My mom's savings account had been nearly emptied. Her checking account was down to about $3,000 when it should have had closer to $15,000. I found checkbooks where Jason had forged her signature, found ATM withdrawal receipts from times when Mom was at doctor's appointments and couldn't have made the withdrawals herself. The bank statements showed transfers to 3 different accounts. I traced them through social media and found they belonged to Jason, his girlfriend Amanda, who I'd never met, and one of his friends. He'd been splitting the money between multiple accounts to make it less obvious. I also found credit cards I didn't know existed. Jason had opened them in Mom's name. She had about $30,000 in credit card debt from purchases Jason made. Electronics, clothes, a used car that I later found out he'd bought for Amanda. All charged to cards in my mother's name, while her dementia made her an easy target. My mom keeps asking why Jason would do this. She raised him alongside me when he was little, helped with daycare, paid for his college textbooks, always treated him like he could do no wrong. Now she's realizing he saw her as an easy mark. The betrayal is hitting her harder than the money loss. I filed a police report last week. The detective said elder financial abuse cases are common and often involve family members. Said the evidence was clear and they'd be investigating. Jason called me screaming after he got contacted by police. Said I was a vindictive bitch who was trying to put him in jail because I was jealous he had a relationship with Grandma that I didn't. That accusation was particularly cruel because I'd been working 60-hour weeks to support us both for years while he lived rent-free with my mother and stole from her. His girlfriend Amanda called saying I was ruining their plans to get married, that Jason had used the money to pay off his debts so he could start fresh with her. I asked if she knew the money was stolen. She said it wasn't stolen if his grandmother had dementia and didn't know what she was doing anyway. I hung up on her. My siblings have been weighing in. I have a brother, Tom, who lives out of state. He said I should have handled this privately instead of involving police. That Jason made a mistake, but he's still family and we should work it out ourselves. I asked Tom if he'd feel the same if it was his son who stole $87,000 from his mother. He said that was different, and I was being dramatic. My sister Diane is on my side but says she's worried about what this will do to Mom. That the stress of legal proceedings and family conflict could accelerate her dementia. She's probably right, but I don't know what the alternative is. Let Jason get away with systematically robbing his grandmother? Mom's church friends have been helpful. They've been bringing her meals and checking on her daily. Several of them told me they'd noticed Jason pressuring Mom to write checks to him, but they thought it was legitimate. One woman said she'd asked Jason about it once, and he told her Mom was helping him with business investments. Another said Jason had convinced Mom to increase the amount she kept in cash at home. Then the cash would mysteriously disappear. I moved some of my things into Mom's house, and I'm staying there now between shifts. The house needs work that Jason had claimed he was doing. Turns out he'd been telling Mom he was paying for repairs and improvements, but nothing was actually getting fixed. More money just going into his accounts. The detective called 2 days ago with an update. They'd found evidence of wire fraud, identity theft, and elder abuse. Jason had also apparently been using Mom's social security number to open additional credit lines. The total financial damage is closer to $115,000 when you include all the credit card debt and loans he'd taken out in her name. The prosecutor is moving forward with charges, multiple felonies. Jason could face significant prison time if convicted. My brother Tom called saying I needed to drop this before it was too late, that Jason was my son and I owed him loyalty. I told Tom that Jason stopped deserving my loyalty when he decided to rob his elderly grandmother who has dementia. Jason's been posting on social media about being persecuted by his own family, playing the victim. His friends are commenting with support, saying family should stick together, that I'm a terrible mother for doing this to him. People who don't know the full story looking at me like I'm the villain. I don't care anymore. I stopped caring when I realized Jason had spent 2 years living with my mother specifically to position himself to steal from her. That every time he'd called to update me on her care, every time he'd told me she was confused or forgetful, he was setting up justification for the money he was taking. Mom's been asking to see Jason. Says she's angry at what he did, but he's still her grandson and she loves him. I've been putting her off because I know Jason will just manipulate her more if he gets access to her. The protection order I got prevents him from contacting her directly, but she doesn't fully understand why. Yesterday, Mom said she wanted to drop the charges, that she forgives Jason and doesn't want him to go to prison. I had to explain that it's not her choice anymore. The state is prosecuting because what he did was a crime beyond just the money. She cried and said she didn't want to destroy his life. I told her Jason destroyed his own life by stealing over $100,000 from his grandmother. That actions have consequences, and if there aren't consequences for this, he'll just do it to someone else. She said maybe he'd learned his lesson. I said the only lesson Jason's learned is that he's sorry he got caught. My nursing colleagues have been supportive. Several of them have dealt with similar situations with their own family members. One told me about her father-in-law who stole nearly $200,000 from his mother with Alzheimer's. Said the family chose not to prosecute, and he did the same thing to his aunt 2 years later. That story confirmed what I already knew. If I don't follow through with this, Jason will do it again. Maybe not to Mom since she doesn't have anything left, but to someone. Maybe to me when I'm older. Maybe to another elderly person he can manipulate. The preliminary hearing is next month. Jason's attorney reached out asking if we could settle this with restitution and no jail time. Wants Jason to pay back what he took over time in exchange for dropped charges. I told them the prosecutor would have to agree, and I doubted they would given the severity and deliberate nature of the crimes. Tom's been calling, saying I should push the prosecutor to accept the deal. That Jason paying the money back should be enough. I asked Tom where Jason would get $115,000 when he hasn't held a steady job in 3 years. Tom didn't have an answer. The truth is, Jason probably can't pay it back, which means my mother will never see that money again. Her retirement is gone. The savings she'd set aside for her final years, for her funeral expenses, for emergencies. Jason spent it on electronics and his girlfriend's car and whatever else he wanted. I've set up a caregiver to come check on Mom during days I work. She doesn't need full-time care yet, but she needs someone making sure she's okay and not making financial decisions alone. The caregiver costs money Mom doesn't have anymore. I'm paying for it out of my own salary, which is already stretched thin. Jason sent me a long text last night. Said I was choosing money over my own son. That he made mistakes, but I was supposed to love him unconditionally. That when he had kids someday, he'd never abandon them the way I was abandoning him. I wrote back one sentence. You abandoned yourself when you stole from your grandmother who has dementia. He hasn't responded. I don't know what the outcome will be. If Jason will go to prison, or if some plea deal will happen. If Mom will ever get any of her money back, or if we'll just have to accept it's gone. If my relationship with my son can ever be repaired, or if it's broken beyond fixing. What I do know is that I made the right choice reporting this. That protecting vulnerable people matters more than protecting thieves, even when the thief is your own child. That love doesn't mean accepting abuse and manipulation. My son is 27 years old enough to know that stealing over $100,000 from his grandmother was wrong. Old enough to face consequences for his choices, even if those consequences break my heart. My teenage son framed me for embezzlement at my own company so his stepfather could take over. Discovering that fraud charges have been filed against you by your own company creates a confusion that quickly transforms into nightmare when you realize the evidence has been manufactured. I'm Rachel, 48, and I founded a successful medical billing software company 15 years ago that now employs over 100 people and generates approximately $25 million in annual revenue. 2 months ago, I was called into an emergency board meeting and confronted with evidence that I'd allegedly been embezzling company funds, approximately $800,000 over the past 18 months, through fraudulent vendor payments and expense reimbursements. I was completely blindsided. The CFO presented bank records showing transfers from company accounts to what appeared to be my personal offshore account, fake invoices for services never rendered that had been approved with my digital signature, and expense reports with my authorization for purchases I'd never made. The evidence looked damning and professional, and the board was understandably furious. Several board members demanded my immediate resignation and threatened criminal prosecution for theft and fraud. I insisted I had nothing to do with any embezzlement, that someone must have gained access to my digital credentials and was framing me. But the evidence was extensive and appeared to show a pattern of systematic theft over many months, using my unique login credentials, my digital signature, and bank accounts that were traced back to identification documents in my name. The board gave me 48 hours to either provide a reasonable explanation or resign immediately to avoid public prosecution that would destroy both me and the company's reputation. I hired a forensic accounting firm and a criminal defense attorney immediately. As they began investigating the alleged embezzlement, they discovered something disturbing. The offshore account receiving the stolen funds had been opened using my identification documents, but the IP addresses accessing the account came from my home network, specifically from my son Tyler's computer in our house. Tyler was 17, a senior in high school, and had always been tech-savvy and interested in computers and programming. When confronted with this information, I initially assumed Tyler might have been hacked or his computer used without his knowledge. But as forensic investigators dug deeper, they found extensive evidence on Tyler's computer that he'd been the one creating the fraudulent transactions. He'd obtained my login credentials through keylogger software installed on my home computer, had created the fake vendor invoices using templates he'd designed, and had been systematically funneling money from my company to accounts he'd opened in my name. But Tyler was 17. Why would he embezzle from my company and frame me? The answer emerged through text message evidence recovered from his phone. He'd been working with my ex-husband Brian, Tyler's father, to orchestrate my downfall so Brian could take control of my company. Brian and I had divorced 8 years ago in a contentious split where he'd received minimal assets because the company had been founded after our separation and was legally mine alone. Brian had apparently spent years resenting my success and had recruited our teenage son to help destroy me. The plan was sophisticated and cruel. Tyler would frame me for embezzlement using evidence that appeared irrefutable, forcing my resignation in disgrace. With me out of the company and facing potential criminal charges, the board would need new leadership. Brian had been cultivating relationships with several board members, positioning himself as a successful business consultant who could step in and stabilize the company. Once he gained control, he and Tyler would split the proceeds from the offshore accounts, and Brian would eventually run the company I'd built. Tyler had been promised $200,000 of the embezzled funds, plus a guaranteed executive position in the company once he turned 18, and Brian had taken control. For a 17-year-old, this had seemed like an adventure and a path to wealth, aided by his father's manipulation, convincing him that I'd somehow wronged them both and deserved to lose everything. Tyler had spent over a year carefully executing the fraud, learning about corporate accounting systems, studying how to forge digital signatures, and creating a trail of evidence designed to be discovered only after enough money had been stolen to make my guilt appear certain. The forensic evidence was overwhelming once investigators knew where to look. Tyler's computer contained drafts of the fake invoices, search history about offshore banking and money laundering, and detailed communications with Brian planning every aspect of the fraud. Brian's communications showed him coaching Tyler on technical details, assuring him they'd never be caught, and promising they'd be wealthy once I was removed from the company and facing prosecution. I was devastated beyond words. My 17-year-old son had spent over a year systematically framing me for crimes I didn't commit, had watched me stress about company finances and board relations while he was the source of the problems, had been willing to see me potentially go to prison so he and his father could steal my company. The betrayal by Tyler felt even worse than Brian's involvement. Brian was my ex-husband, and our relationship had ended badly. But Tyler was my child who I'd raised and loved unconditionally. I confronted Tyler with the evidence, hoping for remorse or explanation, but he was defensive and defiant. He said I'd always cared more about my company than about him, that I'd chosen my career over our family, and that he and his father deserved the money and success I'd achieved. He claimed Brian had convinced him that the company's success was partly due to ideas Brian had contributed during our marriage, and that morally, some of the company belonged to them, even if not legally. His justifications were clearly Brian's manipulation, but Tyler had embraced them and spent a year acting on them. I reported everything to law enforcement. Tyler was 17 but would turn 18 in 3 weeks, and the district attorney decided to wait until he was legally an adult to file charges so he'd be prosecuted as an adult rather than a juvenile, given the sophisticated nature of the fraud. Brian was arrested immediately on charges of conspiracy, fraud, theft, corrupting a minor, and various computer crimes related to the embezzlement scheme. The evidence against both of them was irrefutable. Tyler's computer contained everything needed to prove he'd executed the fraud with Brian's guidance. Bank records showed the money trail from my company to the offshore accounts Tyler had created. Communications between Tyler and Brian laid out the entire conspiracy, including Brian's plan to take over the company after my forced resignation. Brian was convicted and sentenced to 15 years in federal prison for masterminding the embezzlement scheme and manipulating his teenage son to execute it. The judge said Brian had corrupted his own child and turned him into a criminal to pursue a vendetta against his ex-wife, which showed depravity warranting a lengthy sentence. Brian's defense that he'd been trying to claim what was rightfully his from the company was rejected, as the company had been founded after our divorce and he had no legal claim to it. Tyler turned 18 3 weeks after his arrest, and he was prosecuted as an adult despite his age. He was convicted of fraud, embezzlement, identity theft, and conspiracy. Because he was 18 and had been 17 when committing most of the crimes, and because prosecutors could prove he'd been manipulated by his father, Tyler received a reduced sentence of 8 years in prison with possibility of parole after 5. The judge acknowledged Brian's manipulation, but said Tyler had spent over a year deliberately framing his mother and needed to face serious consequences. The impact on Tyler's future is catastrophic, and that knowledge destroys me. Even though he did this to himself, he'll serve his sentence during what should have been his college years and early 20s. He'll emerge in his mid-20s with a felony record for embezzlement and fraud, making employment and education extremely difficult. His relationship with me is destroyed. I testified against him in court and watched him be sentenced to prison for crimes against me. The son I raised is gone, replaced by someone willing to frame his mother for years in prison to steal money with his father. My daughter Kayla, Tyler's younger sister who's 15, is traumatized by watching her brother and father both go to prison for trying to destroy our mother's company and frame me for crimes. She's in intensive therapy, dealing with family betrayal, fear that she might somehow be implicated, and guilt about being relieved her brother is in prison, where he can't hurt us further. Our family is shattered beyond any possibility of repair. The company board apologized profusely once the truth emerged, and I retained my position as CEO, but the damage to the company was significant. The embezzled funds caused cash flow problems that led to layoffs and delayed projects. Employee morale suffered from the scandal of the founder's son embezzling and framing her. Client relationships were strained by the public nature of the fraud and prosecution. The company survived, but will carry scars from what Tyler and Brian did. Some people, particularly Brian's family and a few misguided friends, I think I was too harsh in prosecuting Tyler as an adult and supporting an 8-year sentence. They argue he was manipulated by his father, that he was only 17 when the scheme began, and that sending him to prison during his formative years is excessively punitive when he could have been rehabilitated through juvenile programs or probation. They say a mother should protect her child even when he's made mistakes. But my attorney and everyone who understands the full scope of what Tyler did says he deserves the consequences he's facing. Tyler wasn't a confused child making an impulsive mistake. He was months away from legal adulthood when he executed a sophisticated year-long fraud that involved creating fake vendors, forging signatures, opening fraudulent accounts, and systematically framing his mother for felonies that could have resulted in her imprisonment. The premeditation and sustained nature of his actions warranted adult prosecution. My therapist says I'm dealing with a form of grief that has no clear path to resolution. Tyler is alive, but the son I knew is gone, replaced by someone who betrayed me comprehensively for money and resentment. I'll never trust him again, can never have a normal mother-son relationship with someone who spent a year framing me for crimes. And yet, he's still my child in some fundamental biological way that makes his imprisonment painful despite his guilt. Tyler writes letters from prison that alternate between blaming me and expressing remorse. Some letters claim I drove him to this by prioritizing work over family, that the divorce destroyed his childhood, that I abandoned him emotionally to build my company. Other letters apologize and say he was manipulated by Brian and regrets everything. I don't respond to any of his letters because I don't know which Tyler is real, the one blaming me or the one claiming remorse, and neither version is someone I can have a relationship with. I'm 49 now, running the company I built that my son tried to steal by framing me for embezzlement. Tyler is in federal prison and will be there until his mid-20s at minimum. Brian will be imprisoned until his early 60s. Kayla is in therapy processing the destruction of our family. And I'm left questioning every parenting choice I made that resulted in a son who'd spend a year systematically framing his mother for crimes so his father could steal her company. People ask if I'll ever forgive Tyler or visit him in prison. They point out he's my son, regardless of what he's done, that he was manipulated by Brian, and that some form of reconciliation might eventually be possible. But Tyler didn't make one bad choice under pressure. He executed a year-long fraud against me, watched me stress about unexplained financial discrepancies he'd created, maintained the deception for months, and was willing to see me imprisoned and destroyed. That's not a mistake or manipulation. That's sustained, calculated betrayal. The $800,000 Tyler embezzled has been mostly recovered from the offshore accounts, minus what Brian spent on legal fees and living expenses before his arrest. The money has been returned to the company, but it can't undo the damage to employee morale, client relationships, or the months of my life spent defending myself against false accusations created by my own child. The financial theft was devastating, but the emotional theft of having a son who loved me and wouldn't frame me for felonies, that's a loss no recovered money can address. Was I justified in supporting Tyler's prosecution as an adult, resulting in an 8-year sentence for the embezzlement scheme he executed with his father? Or should I have advocated for juvenile treatment or leniency, given his age and Brian's manipulation? My wife and mother-in-law secretly had me committed to a psych ward so they could sell my tech startup. Finding yourself locked in a psychiatric facility with no clear memory of how you got there creates a disorientation that's nearly impossible to describe. I'm David, 43, and 5 months ago I regained consciousness in a secure psychiatric ward, being told by staff that I'd been admitted 3 days earlier following a severe psychotic break where I'd become violent and delusional. I had absolutely no memory of any psychotic episode, no history of mental illness, and no understanding of how I'd ended up restrained in a locked facility, being administered powerful antipsychotic medications. The attending psychiatrist, Dr. Lawrence Chen, explained that, according to my admission paperwork, I'd experienced a mental health crisis at home, where I'd attacked my wife Monica and threatened to harm myself and others. My wife and mother-in-law Patricia had called emergency services, and I'd been involuntarily committed under a psychiatric hold for evaluation and treatment. Dr. Chen said I'd been extremely agitated and incoherent when admitted, which had necessitated sedation and restraints for my safety and the safety of staff. I insisted this was all a mistake, that I'd never had a psychotic break or attacked anyone, but Dr. Chen treated this as expected denial from someone experiencing a mental health crisis. He showed me the admission forms signed by Monica and Patricia, describing my alleged violent and delusional behavior, and medical notes from the intake staff describing me as agitated and making threats. The documentation appeared official and consistent, and Dr. Chen said my current lucidity was likely temporary, and I'd need extended evaluation. I demanded to speak with my wife to clear up this obvious misunderstanding. After 2 days of requests, Monica finally visited with Patricia accompanying her. I expected Monica to explain the mistake and help get me released, but instead she looked at me with pity and sadness, telling Dr. Chen and the staff that I'd been experiencing increasing paranoia and erratic behavior for weeks leading up to the episode that resulted in my commitment. She described incidents I had no memory of: destroying property, making accusations against her, staying up for days at a time working obsessively. I tried to tell Monica this was insane, that none of what she was describing had happened. But she started crying and said my denial was part of the illness. Patricia supported everything Monica said, adding details about my supposed erratic behavior and expressing concern for Monica's safety if I was released before being stabilized. I was confused and increasingly frightened. Why were my wife and mother-in-law telling these lies about me? What was happening? I was held in the psychiatric facility for 3 weeks total. During that time, I was medicated with antipsychotics that made me drowsy and disoriented, making it difficult to think clearly or articulate my situation coherently. Every attempt to explain that I'd been wrongfully committed was treated as evidence of continued psychosis and need for treatment. Monica visited twice more during those 3 weeks, each time reinforcing the narrative that I'd been mentally unstable and needed help, while also making sure I understood she was managing things at home in my absence. What I didn't know during those 3 weeks of wrongful imprisonment was what Monica and Patricia were actually doing with the management of my affairs. I'd founded a successful cybersecurity startup 5 years earlier that had recently received a $45 million acquisition offer from a larger tech company. I'd been in final negotiations on the deal, which would have made me and my small team of co-founders extremely wealthy. The acquisition was set to close within weeks of my commitment. Monica had used the involuntary commitment to obtain emergency power of attorney over my affairs, claiming I was mentally incapacitated and unable to make decisions. With this fraudulently obtained authority, she'd accepted the acquisition offer on my behalf, but had negotiated new terms that were far less favorable: $28 million instead of $45 million, with different payout structures that benefited her personally. She'd then transferred the proceeds to accounts she controlled jointly with Patricia, effectively stealing my company and the acquisition proceeds while I was locked in a psychiatric ward. I was eventually released when a patient advocate at the facility, a woman named Susan Martinez, became suspicious of my case. Susan had worked in psychiatric care for 20 years and said something about my presentation didn't fit typical psychotic breaks. I was consistently lucid, had no history of mental illness, and the described violent episodes seemed inconsistent with my demeanor and the lack of any injuries to alleged victims. She advocated for an independent psychiatric evaluation by a doctor with no connection to my admission. The independent psychiatrist, Dr. Rebecca Walsh, evaluated me extensively and concluded I showed no signs of psychosis, delusions, or any mental illness that would warrant involuntary commitment. Dr. Walsh reviewed my admission records and found significant inconsistencies in the described symptoms and the medications prescribed. She said it appeared I'd been chemically sedated rather than treated for genuine psychiatric symptoms, and that the admission itself was highly questionable. She recommended immediate release and investigation into how I'd been committed. I was released, but immediately discovered what Monica and Patricia had done during my 3 weeks of wrongful imprisonment. My company had been sold at a substantial discount from the original offer. The proceeds had been transferred to accounts I couldn't access, and Monica had filed for divorce, claiming my mental illness made me a danger to her and entitled her to full control of marital assets for her protection. I'd been systematically robbed of my company, my money, and my freedom through a fraudulent psychiatric commitment. I contacted a criminal defense attorney specializing in fraud and immediately filed police reports. The investigation revealed the full scope of Monica and Patricia's conspiracy. They'd fabricated the entire mental health crisis to justify involuntary commitment, had coordinated false reports with each other to create consistent stories, and had used the commitment to obtain fraudulent power of attorney and steal my company and its acquisition proceeds. They'd planned this for weeks, timing it perfectly to coincide with the acquisition closing. Most disturbing, investigators discovered that Monica and Patricia had paid the intake staff at the psychiatric facility $50,000 to falsify my admission records to make my commitment appear legitimate. The staff had been instructed to heavily sedate me during intake to create the appearance of severe agitation, had forged medical notes describing symptoms I'd never exhibited, and had maintained the false commitment for 3 weeks while Monica executed the acquisition theft. The psychiatric facility staff had been complicit in the fraud for payment. Dr. Chen, the attending psychiatrist, hadn't been directly involved in the conspiracy, but had failed to properly investigate the questionable admission because he'd trusted the falsified intake records. He faced professional discipline for not conducting adequate independent evaluation before continuing my involuntary hold. The facility itself faced massive liability for allowing staff to falsify commitment records for payment. Monica and Patricia were both arrested and charged with conspiracy, fraud, theft, false imprisonment, identity theft related to the fraudulent power of attorney, and bribery of medical staff. The acquisition of my company was being challenged in court as having been executed through fraudulently obtained authority during my unlawful detention. The tech company that had purchased my startup was cooperating with authorities, having had no knowledge that Monica's authority to negotiate had been obtained through fraud. The criminal trial was devastating to sit through. I had to testify about the 3 weeks I'd spent locked in a psychiatric facility, believing I was going insane, being told by my wife that I'd had violent episodes I couldn't remember, being medicated with drugs that made me unable to think clearly. The prosecutor showed the jury the falsified medical records, the financial transactions showing Monica and Patricia stealing the acquisition proceeds, and communications between them planning the entire scheme. Monica and Patricia were both convicted on all counts. Monica received 20 years in federal prison for orchestrating the scheme to falsely commit me, steal my company, and defraud the acquisition. Patricia received 15 years for actively participating in the conspiracy and providing false statements that led to my commitment. The judge said this was one of the most elaborate and cruel frauds he'd encountered, using psychiatric commitment as a tool to imprison someone and steal their assets showed a level of manipulation that warranted maximum sentences. The intake staff at the psychiatric facility who'd been paid to falsify my records were also prosecuted, receiving sentences ranging from 5 to 10 years for their roles. The facility itself was fined heavily and faced additional civil liability. Dr. Chen lost his medical license for failing to properly evaluate the questionable commitment, though he wasn't criminally charged. But the damage couldn't be fully undone by prison sentences. I'd spent 3 weeks in a psychiatric facility, being forcibly medicated, believing I might be insane, questioning my own reality and memories. That psychological trauma has resulted in ongoing PTSD and anxiety that requires intensive therapy. I have panic attacks in medical settings and struggle with trusting my own perceptions because for 3 weeks I was told my reality was delusion and my memories were false. The acquisition of my company was eventually voided due to the fraudulent circumstances, but the damage to the deal was significant. The purchasing company was understandably wary of the legal complications, and by the time everything was resolved, market conditions had changed. A new acquisition offer was eventually negotiated, but for only $32 million instead of the original $45 million. Monica and Patricia's fraud cost me $13 million in value beyond the theft they'd already committed. My co-founders in the startup were traumatized by the whole experience as well. They'd been told I'd had a mental health crisis and watched in confusion as Monica negotiated the acquisition under questionable authority. Some had suspected something was wrong, but hadn't known how to intervene. The company they'd helped build was tainted by the scandal, and several key employees left during the chaos. The business we'd worked years to create was damaged by 3 weeks of Monica and Patricia's fraud. Monica's family initially defended her, claiming I must have done something to drive her to such desperate actions. But when confronted with evidence of the planned conspiracy and the paid-off medical staff, most of them distanced themselves. Patricia's husband, Monica's father, divorced her while she awaited trial, saying he'd known nothing about the scheme and was horrified. Their family fractured completely under the weight of what Monica and Patricia had done. Some people have suggested I was too harsh in pursuing prosecution that resulted in Monica and Patricia receiving 20 and 15 years respectively. They point out that Monica was my wife of 18 years, that perhaps she'd felt desperate about finances or the marriage, and that destroying her life with a 20-year prison sentence seems excessive. They say I could have pursued civil remedies to recover assets without sending my wife and mother-in-law to prison for decades. But my attorney, and anyone who understands what they actually did, says they deserve every year they received. They didn't just steal money. They had me falsely committed to a psychiatric facility through fabricated mental health crisis, bribed medical staff to falsify records, kept me imprisoned, and forcibly medicated for 3 weeks while I believed I was insane. All to steal my company and its acquisition proceeds. The psychological torture of being told you're psychotic when you're not, of being locked up and drugged while questioning your own sanity, is something that has permanently damaged me. The 3 weeks I spent in that facility, being told my memories were delusions and my reality was psychosis, created a trauma that therapy can address, but not fully heal. I still sometimes doubt my own perceptions because I have visceral memory of being absolutely certain I was sane, while everyone with authority told me I was dangerously mentally ill. That doubt was weaponized against me by my wife and mother-in-law to steal $45 million and destroy my company. I'm 44 now, running a rebuilt version of my startup with co-founders who stood by me through the chaos. Monica is in federal prison and will be nearly 63 when she's released. Patricia will be 70. Both will have spent their remaining healthy years imprisoned for a scheme that involved falsely committing me to a psychiatric facility, bribing medical staff, and stealing my company through fraudulently obtained power of attorney during my unlawful detention. People ask if I'll ever forgive Monica, or if there's any possibility of reconciliation, given our 18 years of marriage before this happened. But Monica looked me in the eye while I was locked in a psychiatric ward and told doctors I was delusional and dangerous. She visited me while I was being forcibly medicated and reinforced the lies that kept me imprisoned. She did this deliberately for 3 weeks while stealing my company. That's not a mistake or a moment of weakness. It's calculated, sustained psychological torture for financial gain. The psychiatric facility visit logs show Monica came to see me 6 times during my 3 weeks of wrongful commitment. Each visit, she maintained the lies about my supposed psychotic break and violent behavior. Each visit, she watched me confused and medicated and frightened, and she left me there to continue suffering while she finalized stealing my company. 20 years in prison seems appropriate for someone who'd do that to their spouse of 18 years. Was I justified in pursuing maximum prosecution that resulted in Monica and Patricia receiving 20 and 15 years for having me falsely committed to a psychiatric facility to steal my company and its acquisition proceeds? Or should I have resolved it civilly, without sending my wife and mother-in-law to prison for decades? My wife convinced me I had brain cancer to steal my software company, then vanished with my business partner. Hearing from your wife and your doctor that you have an inoperable brain tumor with less than a year to live changes everything about how you see the world. I'm Daniel, 46, and 6 months ago my wife Rebecca, 43, sat me down with what she said was Dr. Helen Morrison, a neuro-oncologist she'd insisted I see after I'd been experiencing persistent headaches and occasional dizziness. Dr. Morrison showed me brain scans on her computer that she said were mine, pointing to a large mass in my frontal lobe that she explained was glioblastoma, an aggressive brain cancer with extremely poor prognosis. Dr. Morrison said I had maybe 8 to 12 months to live, that the tumor was inoperable due to its location, and that treatment would only marginally extend my life while significantly reducing its quality. She recommended I focus on getting my affairs in order and spending meaningful time with family, rather than pursuing aggressive chemotherapy that would make me sick without substantially changing the outcome. Rebecca held my hand crying as Dr. Morrison delivered this death sentence, and I was too shocked to process much beyond the fundamental reality that I was dying. I'd built a successful software development company over the past 12 years, employing about 30 people, and generating roughly $8 million in annual revenue. The company was my life's work and my primary asset, valued at approximately $12 million. I'd always planned to eventually sell it or pass it to our children when they were older, but our kids were still teenagers, 15 and 13, too young to inherit a complex business. The diagnosis forced me to confront what would happen to my company when I died. Rebecca and my business partner Trevor, 44, who'd been with the company since the beginning and owned 30% while I owned 70%, both encouraged me to make arrangements quickly while I was still cognitively intact. Dr. Morrison had warned that as the tumor progressed, I'd likely experience cognitive decline, personality changes, and eventual inability to make sound business decisions. Rebecca said we needed to establish clear succession plans and perhaps transfer the business to trustees who could manage it for our children's benefit. Trevor proposed a solution that seemed to make sense given my terminal diagnosis. He suggested that I sell him my 70% ownership stake at a reduced price, $6 million instead of the $8.4 million it was technically worth, with the understanding that this would give me liquid assets to ensure Rebecca and the kids were financially secure, while letting Trevor run the company I'd built, rather than having it sold to strangers or mismanaged by trustees. He emphasized our 12-year partnership and friendship, saying he'd honor my vision for the company and ensure our employees were protected. Rebecca strongly supported this plan. She said having $6 million in liquid assets, plus our home and other investments, would ensure she and the children would be financially comfortable after I died. She said Trevor was trustworthy, and that selling to him, rather than outside buyers, meant my legacy would be protected. In my shocked and grief-stricken state, believing I had less than a year to live, I agreed. I signed papers selling my 70% stake in the company I'd built to Trevor for $6 million. The money was transferred to a joint account Rebecca and I shared, and I began what I thought were my final months of life. I spent time with my kids, wrote them letters for after I was gone, made videos sharing life advice and memories. I went through the painful process of accepting my mortality and trying to prepare my family for life without me. The headaches continued, and Dr. Morrison prescribed medications that she said would help manage symptoms, though she reiterated there was no curative treatment. What started breaking through my acceptance of death was my daughter Emily, our 15-year-old, who'd been doing a school project on medical imaging. She'd asked to see my brain scans to better understand what tumors looked like for her presentation. I'd shown her the scans Dr. Morrison had given us, and Emily had studied them carefully before asking some questions that seemed odd. Why weren't there any identifying markers on the scans like patient name or date? Why did the tumor look exactly like examples she'd found online of glioblastoma, rather than being unique to my specific case? I'd dismissed Emily's questions initially, but they planted seeds of doubt. I contacted Dr. Morrison's office to request official copies of my scans and medical records. The receptionist seemed confused and said they had no record of me as a patient. I insisted I'd been seeing Dr. Morrison for brain cancer treatment, and after putting me on hold, the receptionist returned saying there must be some mistake. Dr. Morrison had retired from practice 2 years ago and no longer saw patients. My blood went cold. I demanded to know how I could have seen a retired doctor, and the receptionist suggested perhaps I was confused about the name or practice. But I had business cards, appointment reminders, prescriptions, all with Dr. Morrison's name on them. I went online and found Dr. Morrison's professional profile, confirming she had indeed retired. The doctor who diagnosed me with terminal brain cancer didn't exist as an active practitioner. I confronted Rebecca with this information, and her reaction confirmed my worst fears. She became defensive and flustered, claiming there must be administrative confusion, that perhaps Dr. Morrison was doing limited consulting work that wasn't reflected in official records. But her explanations were weak and contradictory. I demanded she take me to Dr. Morrison's office immediately, and Rebecca made excuses about why that wasn't possible right then. Instead, I drove to the address on Dr. Morrison's business card. It was a UPS store mailbox location, not a medical office. I went to the hospital Dr. Morrison was supposedly affiliated with and asked to see her. After checking their directory, they confirmed what I was beginning to realize. Dr. Helen Morrison had retired years ago and had no current hospital privileges or practice. Every interaction I'd had with Dr. Morrison had been fabricated. I went immediately to my actual primary care physician and demanded a real brain MRI. The scan was done that same day, and when my doctor reviewed it, he looked confused. There was no tumor, no mass, no glioblastoma. My brain was completely normal except for some minor age-appropriate changes. I didn't have brain cancer. I'd never had brain cancer. Everything had been an elaborate fraud. The realization that I wasn't dying was overwhelmed by the horror of understanding what had been done to me. Rebecca had hired someone to pose as Dr. Morrison, had shown me fake brain scans, had put me through months of believing I was terminally ill, all to manipulate me into selling my company to Trevor at a reduced price. And Rebecca and Trevor had clearly been working together, because within days of my selling the company, Rebecca had withdrawn $3 million from our joint account and disappeared. I hired a private investigator who confirmed what I'd begun to suspect. Rebecca and Trevor had been having an affair for at least 2 years. They'd planned the fake cancer diagnosis together as a way to get me to voluntarily sell my company to Trevor at below market value, after which Rebecca would take half the sale proceeds and leave me. By the time I discovered the fraud, Rebecca was gone with $3 million, and Trevor legally owned my company, having paid $6 million for a 70% stake worth $8.4 million. The woman who'd posed as Dr. Morrison was tracked down by investigators. She was an actress Trevor had hired and paid $50,000 to play the role, including creating fake medical credentials and a convincing office setup for my appointments. The brain scans she'd shown me were stock medical images downloaded from educational websites. The prescriptions she'd given me were just headache medications that any pharmacy would fill without verifying the prescribing doctor's credentials too closely. The scope of the conspiracy was staggering. Rebecca and Trevor had researched brain cancer extensively to make the fake diagnosis convincing. They'd created fake medical documents, appointment schedules, even staged phone calls between Rebecca and Dr. Morrison's office that I'd overheard to reinforce the deception. They'd planned for months how to convince me I was dying so I'd sell my company in what I thought was preparation for death. I immediately contacted law enforcement and filed charges against Rebecca, Trevor, and the actress who'd posed as Dr. Morrison. The charges included fraud, conspiracy, practicing medicine without a license, elder abuse — I was 46 but the emotional exploitation qualified — theft by deception, and identity theft related to the fake medical credentials. The district attorney was eager to prosecute given how elaborate and cruel the scheme was. Trevor was arrested at the company, my former company that he'd stolen through fraud. He initially claimed the business sale had been legitimate and that he had no knowledge of any fake cancer diagnosis. But investigators found extensive communications between Trevor and Rebecca planning every detail of the scheme. Text messages discussed how to make the diagnosis convincing. Emails coordinated paying the actress, and financial records showed Trevor had transferred money to Rebecca beyond the agreed sale price as part of their conspiracy. Rebecca was eventually located in Costa Rica with her $3 million, living with Trevor's brother in a beachfront property they'd purchased. She fought extradition initially but was eventually returned to the United States to face charges. The actress who'd posed as Dr. Morrison was arrested and immediately cooperated with prosecutors, providing detailed testimony about being hired to impersonate a doctor and diagnose a healthy man with terminal cancer. The criminal trial was emotionally devastating. I had to testify about the months I'd spent believing I was dying, about writing goodbye letters to my children, about accepting my imminent death and grieving the future I'd never have. The prosecutor played videos I'd made for my kids to watch after my death, showing the jury how thoroughly the fake diagnosis had convinced me I was terminal. The emotional manipulation was on full display. Rebecca and Trevor were both convicted on all counts. Rebecca received 15 years in prison for orchestrating the scheme and stealing $3 million. Trevor received 18 years for his role in both the conspiracy and in using his position as my business partner to facilitate the fraud. The judge said this was one of the most psychologically cruel frauds he'd encountered. Convincing someone they're dying to steal their life's work showed depravity that warranted maximum sentences. The actress received 5 years for impersonating a doctor and participating in the fraud, though her cooperation earned her a reduced sentence from what she might have faced. The judge noted that while she'd been paid to perform a role, she'd known she was helping commit fraud against someone being manipulated into thinking they had terminal cancer, which made her culpability serious, despite being hired, rather than initiating the scheme. But the legal victories couldn't undo the business loss. Trevor's purchase of my company, while obtained through fraud, had still technically been a legal transaction. I'd signed papers and received payment. Unwinding the business sale was complex and took over a year of litigation. Eventually, I regained ownership of my 70% stake, but the company had been damaged during Trevor's brief ownership, losing clients and key employees who'd been disturbed by the scandal. The children's trauma has been profound and ongoing. Emily and her younger brother Jake, 13, watched their father believe he was dying, watched me make goodbye preparations, and then learned their mother had fabricated the entire illness to steal from me. Emily feels guilty for asking the questions that exposed the fraud, even though I've told her repeatedly she saved me. Jake struggles with anger toward Rebecca and has refused all contact with her despite her letters from prison. My own psychological recovery has been complicated. For months, I genuinely believed I had less than a year to live. I grieved my own death, accepted my mortality, and said goodbye to my future. Learning it was all fabricated doesn't erase those months of existential terror and grief. It just adds layers of betrayal and violation on top of them. My therapist says I experienced a genuine trauma, even though the cancer wasn't real, because my emotional experience of facing death was real. Some people, particularly Rebecca's family, think I was too harsh in pursuing prosecution that resulted in 15 years in prison for Rebecca. They say she made terrible choices because of the affair and financial pressure, but that 15 years is excessive for what was essentially theft and deception without physical violence. They point out our children will grow up with their mother in prison, that I've essentially orphaned them emotionally by ensuring Rebecca faces such severe consequences. But my attorney, and most people who understand the full scope of what Rebecca and Trevor did, say they deserve every year they received. They didn't just steal money. They convinced me I had terminal brain cancer, put me through months of believing I was dying, manipulated me into selling my company below value, and planned to vanish with millions while I processed my fake impending death. The psychological torture involved was calculated and sustained over months. My company is slowly recovering but will never fully regain what was lost during the scandal and Trevor's brief destructive ownership. I'm 47 now, running a business that's worth less than it was before my wife and business partner convinced me I was dying to steal it. Rebecca is in prison and won't be released until she's 58. Trevor will be 62 before he's eligible for parole. Both of their lives are destroyed by their own choices, but I can't feel sympathy given what they put me through. Emily and Jake are in intensive therapy dealing with the betrayal by their mother and the trauma of watching me prepare to die from a fabricated illness. Emily particularly struggles with guilt over exposing the fraud. Even though she saved me, she feels responsible for her mother being in prison. I've told her repeatedly she did nothing wrong, that Rebecca's choices led to these consequences. But adolescent guilt is complex and persistent. Rebecca sends letters from prison that shift between apologizing and blaming me. Some letters express remorse for the pain she caused. Others claim I'm partially responsible for her affair with Trevor by being too focused on work. That the business sale was fair, even if the method was questionable. And that 15 years is vindictive punishment that's hurting our children. She asks if there's any possibility I'd support a sentence reduction or early parole consideration. I don't respond to her letters. People ask if I'll ever be able to trust anyone again after being deceived so completely by my wife and business partner. The honest answer is, I don't know. They convinced me I had terminal brain cancer through an elaborate, months-long deception involving hired actresses and fake medical records. They watched me grieve my impending death while planning to steal my company and run away together. That level of sustained manipulation is difficult to recover from psychologically. Was I justified in pursuing prosecution that resulted in Rebecca and Trevor receiving 15 and 18 years respectively for convincing me I had terminal cancer to steal my company? Or should I have shown mercy, given we share children and were married for 20 years? Turns out my brother has been undermining my business to steal my clients all along. I'm 51 and own a small landscaping company that I built from nothing over the past 20 years. Started with just me and a truck, now I have 12 employees and a solid client base of about 90 residential and commercial properties. My younger brother Danny, 48, worked for a competitor until about 7 years ago when he asked if he could join my company. Said he was tired of working for someone else and wanted to be part of a family business. I brought him on as my operations manager. Gave him a salary of $65K plus bonuses, taught him everything about how I ran things, introduced him to all my clients. He was good at the job, personable with customers, handled scheduling well. Our parents were thrilled we were working together. Every family dinner they'd talk about how proud they were that their sons were building something together. About 4 months ago, I lost a client I'd had for 12 years. Mrs. Patterson, who owned a small office complex I maintained. She called and said she'd decided to go with another company. I asked if there was a problem with our service and she said, "No, just exploring other options." It stung, but I moved on. Then, 2 weeks later, another longtime client left. Then another. In 3 months, I lost 8 clients, all of them accounts I'd personally managed for years. I started asking questions. Called a few of the clients and asked if they'd be willing to share who they switched to. 3 of them told me the name of the company. Green Vista Landscaping. I'd never heard of it. Looked it up online and found a basic website that had only been registered 5 months ago. The business address listed was in the next town over. I drove by the address last week. It was a small office in a strip mall. Through the window I could see someone sitting at a desk. I walked in and froze. It was Danny. He looked up and the color drained from his face. I asked him what the hell was going on and he stammered something about needing to talk to me. I told him to talk right now. He'd started his own company 6 months ago, been running it on the side while still working for me. He admitted he'd been contacting my clients, offering them lower rates and suggesting that my company was going downhill. Said he told them he was the one actually doing all the real work at my business, and if they switched to him, they'd get better service for less money. I asked him why. He said he deserved more than what I was paying him, that he'd helped build my company into what it was, and I was keeping all the profits. I reminded him he'd only been with me for 7 years, and I'd been doing this for 20. He said that didn't matter, that he knew the business just as well as I did now. I fired him on the spot, told him to pack up his things and never contact me again. He actually had the nerve to say I was overreacting. After I fired Danny, I went back to my office and started going through everything. Company emails, phone records, client files. Danny had been even busier than I'd realized. He'd been systematically copying client information for months: contact details, service agreements, pricing, property specifications, everything he'd need to approach them with competing offers. I found emails where he'd been corresponding with my clients using his personal email address while still working for me. Professional messages introducing Green Vista Landscaping, mentioning he'd been their account manager at my company and was now offering his services independently. Some of the emails had attachments with quotes that undercut my prices by 15 to 20%. What really got me was finding a detailed spreadsheet on the shared company drive. Danny had created a target list of my most profitable clients, ranked by annual revenue and likelihood to switch. He'd made notes next to each one about their personality, any complaints they'd ever mentioned, and strategy for approaching them. 42 clients on that list. He'd already successfully taken 8. I called my attorney, showed her everything. She said we had a strong case for breach of fiduciary duty, misappropriation of trade secrets, and tortious interference with business relationships. Said we could pursue legal action and probably get an injunction to stop him from contacting my clients, but it would be expensive and time-consuming, and Danny probably didn't have much money to collect even if we won. My parents called that evening. Danny had already talked to them, told them I'd fired him over a misunderstanding, said I was threatened by his success and couldn't handle him being independent. My mother was crying, asking why I couldn't work this out with my brother. My father said families should support each other, not tear each other apart. I tried explaining what Danny had actually done, but my mother kept saying there had to be more to the story. I sent them screenshots of the emails and the spreadsheet. My father called back an hour later, said Danny admitted to starting his own company, but claimed he'd only contacted clients who'd already expressed dissatisfaction with my service. Said he was just being entrepreneurial. My father asked if I could consider this a learning experience and move forward. I told him Danny stole from me. My father said that was harsh language for what was essentially just business competition. The next week, 3 more of my clients left. I later confirmed they'd all gone to Green Vista. Danny was being aggressive now, probably figuring he had nothing to lose since I'd already fired him. I started hearing things through industry contacts. Danny was telling people I'd been coasting, that my company was outdated, that he'd been covering for my inadequacies for years. My wife suggested I reach out to my remaining clients directly, send a letter or make personal calls to reassure them and address any concerns before Danny got to them. I spent a week doing exactly that. Made personal visits to my top 30 clients, explained the situation professionally without bad-mouthing Danny, and asked them to let me know if anyone approached them. Most of them were appreciative and said they had no intention of leaving, but 4 of them seemed uncomfortable during the conversation. I have a feeling Danny had already contacted them. Last month was the annual industry mixer that all the local landscaping companies attend. Danny showed up, started working the room, handing out business cards, introducing himself to potential clients. I watched him chat with one of my current clients like they were old friends. When he saw me watching, he raised his glass in a mock toast. My crew has been asking questions. They know Danny's gone, but they've heard rumors about why. A few of them have told me Danny reached out trying to recruit them to Green Vista, offering slightly higher wages. So far, none of them have taken him up on it, but I can see the uncertainty in their faces. They're wondering if the company is stable, if their jobs are secure. Revenue is down 18% from this time last year. Not catastrophic, but significant. I've had to pass on bidding for a couple of new commercial contracts because I'm stretched thin, trying to maintain service quality with the clients I still have. I filed the lawsuit 3 weeks ago. My attorney advised against it from a cost-benefit perspective, but I couldn't let this go. Sometimes it's not about the money, it's about the principle. Danny got served at his Green Vista office. He called me immediately, furious, saying I was trying to destroy him. I told him he'd done that to himself. My parents stopped speaking to me. My mother sent a text saying I was choosing money over family, and she was disappointed in the person I'd become. My father was more direct. Called me vindictive and said Danny was just trying to make a living. I pointed out he was making that living by stealing from me. My father said I should have paid Danny what he was worth. When I asked what he thought Danny was worth, he said at least a partnership stake. A partnership. In the company I'd built 13 years before Danny even joined. The company I'd risked everything to start, worked 70-hour weeks to grow, nearly lost during the 2008 recession when I had to take out a second mortgage to make payroll. And Danny thought he deserved half of that because he'd been there for 7 years. Through the legal discovery process, I found out Danny had been planning this for over a year. He'd registered the Green Vista business name 14 months ago, had been setting up bank accounts, creating the website, establishing vendor relationships, all while collecting his salary from me. Some of the prep work was done on company time, using my office computer. I also discovered he'd tried to recruit my best crew leader, Miguel, 6 months ago. Offered him a supervisor position at Green Vista with a $10K raise. Miguel never told me about it. When I asked him why, he said he figured Danny was just talking and would never actually leave. Said he didn't want to create drama if it was nothing. Miguel's been with me for 11 years. The fact that Danny tried to poach him still bothers me more than losing the clients. Danny's attorney sent a counterclaim. He's alleging that I created a hostile work environment, failed to adequately compensate him for his contributions, and that his departure was constructive dismissal. He's claiming I owe him back pay and damages. It's complete fiction, but now we're both spending money on lawyers. The worst part is what this has done to family gatherings. My sister's daughter got married last month. I wasn't invited. My sister called to apologize but said she couldn't handle the tension between Danny and me at her daughter's wedding. She asked me to understand. I told her I did understand. She chose to exclude me to keep peace with the person who actually caused the problem. I saw my mother at the grocery store 2 weeks ago. She looked at me, then turned her cart around and went down a different aisle. 20 years of building a successful business, being a good son, showing up for every family event. And I'm the villain because I won't let my brother steal from me without consequences. Green Vista is apparently struggling. I heard through industry contacts that Danny's overhead is higher than he anticipated, and several of the clients he stole have already left him. Turns out offering bargain basement prices isn't sustainable when you actually have to deliver quality service. But that doesn't help me much. Those clients aren't coming back to me either. They just went to different companies entirely. My attorney says the lawsuit will probably settle. Danny doesn't have the resources for a prolonged legal battle, and the evidence against him is substantial. I'll likely get a judgment that prevents him from contacting my former clients, and maybe some monetary compensation, though she doubts I'll ever actually collect much of it. I keep thinking about what my father said, that I'm choosing money over family. but Danny chose money over family first when he decided to undermine me while pretending to be my partner. Where was my father's disappointment then? My wife asked me last night what I'll do if Danny's business fails completely and he comes asking for help. I told her that won't happen. She said I don't know that. She's right, I don't. And I don't know what I'll do if he shows up on my doorstep saying he's sorry and he made a mistake. Part of me wants to see him fail. Wants him to lose everything like he tried to make me lose everything. Another part of me, the part that remembers growing up together, playing basketball in the driveway, him being the best man at my wedding, that part feels sick about all of this. But mostly, I just feel tired. Tired of the legal battle. Tired of defending myself to my family. Tired of rebuilding what Danny damaged. I'm 51 years old and I'm starting over in some ways. Trying to replace clients and repair my reputation while my own brother tells people I'm a failure. Is it wrong that I hope the judge rules in my favor so decisively that my family has to acknowledge what Danny actually did? Or should I just drop the lawsuit and try to salvage what's left of my family relationships, even if it means Danny gets away with everything?